Good evening, guys. Welcome to another Saturday evening. Hey, Daniel. Hey, CR. Good to see you, brother. Again. How are you doing? How are you guys doing today? We wait a couple of more minutes before we get into today's topic, guys. So we give some people more time to join. Hey, Daniel. Good to see you. And before I forget it, I pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So those who are up for it, feel free to click the link and join me up here. So, I don't know. Hey, how are you doing? How has your week been? I hope your week has been good. Now, I hope you have some coffee. But anyway, it's good to see you guys. We're in 6 in the house. Hey, PV, good to see you, brother. Okay, no problem, PV. It's good to see you, brother. We wait a couple of more minutes and let people join before we get into things. We don't want people to miss anything. Or otherwise, they can, of course, watch the replay. But anyway, it's good to see you guys. My week has been pretty good so far, so I can't complain about that. But anyway, 7 in the house. Hey, Ando, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? You're having dinner, huh? What's for dinner, Hendo? You probably have a steak or something. Well, you need some food to eat too. Eight in the house. You guys who are joining the stream, please put a comment in the chat so I know who you guys are. It makes everything easier. That would be awesome. Okay, lamb stew. Okay, that works too, Hendo. What's your temperature, Hendo? Our temperatures are at the moment -3. -3 degrees Celsius. So that is not that bad. Shub Vlogs, good to see you. How are you doing? I think we do like this before I forget things. Okay, so you have 2 degrees, 33 Fahrenheit. Okay. And sunny. I figured. How are you doing, Shubs? I hope you're doing good. Well, today's topic is emergency bug out evacuation winter. That will be definitely an interesting topic for sure. Hey, Diebel Frog. Hey, Uncle L. Good to see you, brother. Thank you, Uncle L. I appreciate it. So, how has your Thanksgiving been then? Hey there, Peavy. Good to see you, brother.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, good. I was just watching your other video that you put on about the bad news part 2.
Yeah.
I watched it all. I've got the gist of it, but I watched the rest of it after. So yeah. So apart from that, how's it going?
Well, yeah, I'm doing pretty good actually.
Good.
I can't complain.
Yeah, good. I'll just say some our CR. Yeah, hello CR. CR said hello to me. Hendo. Shob's Vlogs. Uncle Al. Hello, Uncle Al.
Yep.
So yeah, busy week this week, a busy week next week, and we'll see how it goes. Slowly getting colder. First frost of the year. Well, this year. First real bad frost this year. This morning.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Actually, today's topic, I came up with that at work actually. I was driving my company car and I was thinking of when they don't have the possibility to remove the snow on the roads. And I was thinking, what happens if everything is down and no one removed the snow from the roads? And if you have to do a bug out, that will be pretty difficult. So that's why I came up with this topic.
Yeah, good.
And besides, nobody talk about it anyway, so.
Yeah.
Hey, Homesteaders, good to see you.
Homesteader, is that right? Wayne and Lynn, how you doing?
Yeah.
TV here.
Nice folks.
Yeah, good. Homesteaders. They're in the height of summer. We're in the midwinter nearly.
Yeah. NCNY Debs, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. So that's why I came up with this, because I was thinking when I was driving. So, and I noticed that nobody talks about it. And I thought it could be a good topic.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think location is everything, and the idea of anyone trying to bug out on foot realistically isn't that viable, especially if you got, especially in midwinter, especially if it's more than 2 or 3 days away, because there's still going to be some sort of viable infrastructure there, and if you pick your location correctly and you live in a well-rounded neighborhood and it's relatively safe, unless it's a natural disaster, then everyone should just stay in their bug in, stay in their location until that actual location is compromised in terms of it's no longer viable to live there.
Yeah.
And if you do have to go, then hopefully you're going to heed the weather warnings and get out early. And good timing is key, really. The earlier you can get out and the quicker you can get away. If you're going to leave, then the better, because you're going to beat the majority of the rush. And people fleeing the situation, roads getting clogged, and so on and so on. And especially if you're going by car, and especially in winter, if you haven't got your vehicle winterized, then you're on the loser straight away. But I suppose you've got other alternatives. Don't discount. I know it sounds simplistic and funny, but don't discount ordering a taxi and letting someone else take you along the way. But if it's a more, like CR says there, shelter in place. But if we're talking about the worst case scenario, and you've got to leave because it's no longer going to be safe for you to stay there, then if you got to go, you got to go. And if we're in midwinter and the situation is that bad and you left it slightly too late, then a vehicle isn't going to be the best option. You may get caught up with the impending doom or disaster or whatever's coming your way. So, I mean, some people may want to wait in a traffic jam. At least you're in a vehicle, it's safe and it's warm. No matter how long it takes, it might take 12 hours to get out of the city or wherever you want to go to. Fine, as long as you're moving and you're still not in the danger zone. But alternatively, you've got to look for other measures. You may even opt to go by train if trains are still running, if buses are still running, but then you're mixing with people and you're fighting to get a space on the train. If you can get to the train, if the train's a viable solution, you never know what the story is going to be 20 minutes into the journey. So, you're always relying on people then. So you want to cut that loop out there. So, I don't know, you might have a set of skis if it's because if you're in midwinter and then moving in the winter, as you know, Shadow, on foot is going to be really hard. So you might have a pair of cross-country skis, snowmobile, a sled, other alternatives such as that.
Yeah.
So, and if it really comes to a dire situation where you are on foot and that is the only option because you haven't got any other gear or equipment to help you on your way or to get there quicker, then foot it is. So if you are going to go on foot, then we are talking the worst dire situation here now, especially if you've got your family in tow.
Yeah.
You got kids, elderly parents, your wife may be in the menopause, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You might have underlying health conditions. Hey, Second Star.
Hey, Second Star. Good to see you, Matt.
So in that sort of scenario, then that really is worst case. And you've got to consider that if you're in that sort of area where you're going to get hit with these real bad winters, and you've got to be equipped for it. So it will come down to equipment, training, your fitness levels, hydration levels, and how much of a distance you got to go to get to safety. And it doesn't have to be a well-stocked bunker and alternate location fully stocked with emergency food. It could just be a motel or a hotel in a safe area. And if it is that, then people should have pre-rec'd various hotels, phone numbers, routes, and so on to get there. So if you're now talking sort of equipment now, well, I'd suggest that people are acclimatized for a start off. Yeah, the CR says ice or freezing rain. That's going to be a real grim situation, that is.
Basically a nightmare.
And you're talking killer conditions there. But again, timing is everything. Do it in the window of opportunity before the bad weather hits. Or if you think, well, we'll brave the weather out, wait till it's past and then bug out, then in the midst of your waiting, you have to go and you're moving in this sort of situation, then it's a real battle for survival. Then you got to think about, and when you're planning for this sort of thing, you got to think about everything from your socks, your underwear, your footwear, all the way through, the clothing on your back, gloves, hats, trousers, what food you're going to take, first aid kits, everything. And for the average person, or even for the fittest, toughest of guys and women, that's going to be a tough challenge to begin with. So if you're, like you said earlier, taking your family with you, then good luck, folks.
Yeah, that will be tough. And the problem is when it's cold and winter and you need to do an emergency evac or bug out, is that you don't know when you get dehydrated. Not at the same. When it's warm, you can feel that you need to drink, but not in wintertime. You don't have the same feeling of thirst or something. So it's easy to get dehydrated.
Yeah.
In wintertime. Especially if you have to bug out or do an emergency evacuation in the middle of winter, and you have snow up to your kneecaps.
Yeah. Get the dog sled out and a team of dogs. That'll be the best solution.
Yeah. Actually, I have walked in snow up to my kneecaps, and I with a pack on me. That was a nightmare. That was basically a nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, anyone
you
who's
walked
in deep snow, you can't walk in deep snow for more than 5 minutes without being knackered. And you got to, it's when the snowshoes come into it and the other piece of equipment. So, second star says the real question is, why should we bug out for winter? What conditions would make you leave your house in that situation? Well, yeah, I was just saying then, second star, that bugging in should be the only solution. Hello, Vanessa. And
hey, Vanessa.
You shouldn't really leave unless you have to. And that would be my mentality. You stay there until it's just completely no longer viable. And if you do stay in your location, you're going to die, basically. That would be the thing that drives me to leave and go to a bug out location. And like we said, a bug out location could be anything from another shelter or empty building, in a safe zone, a motel, friend's house, parents' house, all the way through to a kind of fully stocked emergency location that someone's got. So yeah, it's very, very difficult and precarious.
Well, it could
Like
be
I say,
something. Now we're talking about emergency bug out / evac. I agree you should stay at your home if it's possible, but when the situation turns around and gets so worse that you can't stay in your home, you
yeah,
have to bug out.
Hey, family.
Hey,
hey, second star.
Bushcraft, good to see you, brother.
See, like what you were talking about, veteran. Like in the winter of '98 in Tennessee, where I was at, you know, we were out of power. All of where I lived in what was called Hickson, Tennessee, I was almost 10 years old when that happened, and everybody was out of power and water for at least, I think it was like 2 months. And people like our family and everything, the only my aunts, they had a propane, like a giant propane tank, and one of the click start fire heater systems in their house, one of the old ones from like the 80s, maybe the 70s. And even and that was the only thing that kept us, warm during the whole entire thing, because that propane was at the ready all the time. We had to start it with, a basic lighter, because the spark, the electronic starter, wouldn't work on it. But at that time, we survived. There was no power or anything in the house, and we put all of our cold stuff in the snow outside to keep fresh. We put our eggs out there, we put our milk, we put, our meat, everything out there, and we used a small Coleman, that 2 burner stove, to cook our breakfast, our lunch, and everything there. And our family, we had family members come in and everything that was up on the mountain and stuff that didn't have any electricity, didn't have any way of keeping their house warm. We had like 15 people living in a 2-bedroom house, and just the heat alone of the people that were in that house was enough to keep it even more warmer, just the body heat alone. And like bugging out in a winter situation, you shouldn't have to bug out in a winter situation, because you're more likely to die in a bug out situation, like especially if it's 3 or 4 foot of snow, the city and everything is just going to be completely shut down. Like when the snow happened in Tennessee, there was no emergency vehicles like trying to clear the snow out of the roads or anything. People were literally dying trying to get, their car from one house to another, wrecking and everything, and freezing to death on the side of the road. Like even the emergency vehicles, like ambulances and police and fire departments, couldn't even make it to most houses, because most houses were on country roads and couldn't even get out there. They would get stuck.
Yeah, this is what
So,
we're saying. You shouldn't leave unless it's a life or death situation. If
yeah,
if you know if you stay at your location, you're going to die,
yeah,
then you have to go.
Yep.
And if you're in those sorts of conditions, then this is what we're talking about. Equipment is everything pre-planned, routes,
yeah.
transportation, training, fitness, all planned out.
Actually know how to use the equipment. Know the limitations of the equipment itself. Like the clothes,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
example,
yeah.
right?
We see
You
a
want
lot
to
of
know the
the
limits of like how warm can this really keep you?
Well, you also have to look at most people's transportation options also. Most people don't have a 8 to 10 inch lifted 4x4 vehicle, to get through those terrains, get through that, that
A snowmobile?
situation. Yeah, most people
Well,
nowadays,
I don't have a snowmobile.
right. I don't have a
Something with
snowmobile
treads.
either. And
Yeah, or something with treads.
yeah,
Most people have, wheels, right? Cars, trucks,
yeah.
maybe.
I mean, like me right now, I'm driving a Honda Insight, a little 4-cylinder. If a 2 or 3 foot snow comes or whatever, I'm literally screwed. I can't drive through any of that. I can't handle black ice or anything in this. I mean, I'm saying not even a lot of 4x4s can handle black ice. The only ones that really can handle black ice is all terrain. I mean, not what is it, like the Audis or Subarus that have independent, wheelbases,
And not
like,
everyone has studded tires.
yeah. And
Sheltering places, their option.
right, it's in any kind of like real situation. If you're a prepper or whatever,
Mhm.
you need to have an excess amount of winter gear. Winter gear, is what's going to be your lifesaver.
Mhm.
But
And fine tune it for your area, right?
yeah,
Like here, I live in Canada. The winters last longer compared to you, Matt, in Texas, right?
right.
But
Yeah,
it can
like,
happen to you because it has.
yeah,
Always remember history, right? Always look at like these months, these winter months that you experience, regardless if you live in the northern or the southern hemisphere. Look the range of the extremes. Like in case for me, I know I can get to -40 here, so I got to plan
hmm,
all the way up to that, all the way up to a couple feet of snow at least.
yeah,
If you see like freezing rain or a lot of snow, plan for that. Maybe the temperature's not as cold, but you see like freezing rain or something like that. Prepare in the spectrum, right? You might see rain more, for
yeah.
example, right? But it's still below freezing or
And
around like the freezing mark.
also, like, I know a lot of preppers and a lot of survivalists and everything tell people to stock up on wool. What is it? It starts with an M.
Merino wool.
Yeah, merino wool and stuff like that. You gotta think, if you live in an area that does not have extreme colds or anything like that, you're not going to find wool. And if you do find wool or anything, like here in Texas, the only wool that we can really get is right on the Mexican border, and it's, alpaca or llama wool. We don't get, high end wool items. And if you do, it's expensive. It's very expensive, you know? Um, like,
Can I, yeah.
go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say I do know someone that is allergic to wool, so do consider other options if it's not available or you can't wear it for you're allergic to it, and things like
Yeah.
that happen, or you can acquire it, right? There is down, there is fleece. Trying to acquire something along the lines of
Yeah.
that,
But
dress in layers.
but the thing is the mindset. Like the mindset of Texas, we don't get extreme winters. And that's why that snow apocalypse that happened 2 years ago here in Texas, everybody was unprepared for it. Everybody,
Except for you.
people,
Except for you.
yeah. Well,
It's a, it's a, but yeah.
even me, like it hit out of the blue. You can't trust the weather here in Texas. Like,
Well, that's like everywhere.
yeah. Well, but the thing is when they call for when the week ahead of time, they said that we were just going to get heavy rain. They didn't say anything about snow. They didn't say anything about ice. They didn't. They said just heavy rain with chilling winds. And that was it. And then the snow came. And
Oh,
then
the temperature
even
dropped, right?
yeah, and even on the weather channels and everything, they said, "Oh, the snow and everything's just going to last 2 days, and then it's going to heat back up." So a lot of people rely dramatically on the weather channel. They don't, because that's the only way we know anything. And when the weather channels lie to you, you don't know what to pull out. You don't know if I should pull out, start pulling out my winter stock that I had from Tennessee, because the winter stock that I had when I moved here from Tennessee was 10 times better than the Texas winter stock that we get. Like, just look at okay, it's supposed to be winter time right now. It's supposed to be cold right now. And look what my wife's wearing.
Hi.
CR says hi. And look what I'm wearing. I'm not even wearing a jacket right now. And it's supposed to be like in the 40s. And it feels like it's 60. Like,
I understand what you mean.
yeah.
Right now here.
Yeah.
No snow on the ground.
Right. But like you, CR, or, Shadow. Oh, okay. Do I need to pull up more? Okay. But, hold my coffee. Thank you. Yes.
Hold my coffee.
Yeah, I don't do the holding my beer thing. Mine's hold my coffee.
Yeah.
But the thing is we don't ever have a history of we don't have a history of very, very cold winters at all. It may be a month, but snow is something that you're never heard of. And yeah, but that was how long ago? That's all we're. Yeah. The thing we have to worry about is flooding here. But say hi to everybody.
Hi.
This is Shadow and CR.
Hey there.
Nice to see y'all.
That's the one that does all the MRE prep foods and stuff on my channel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chef.
Your wing lady.
Yeah, pretty much. But the thing is if you are going to prepare, and if you're in somewhere like Florida or Louisiana, places like that, or even in the warmer, other warmer countries, and it's so much easier now to order off of like Temu or Wish or whatever to stock up on that. It's better to have it and never use it than need it and not have it.
I agree with that one.
Yeah, because you won't get next day delivery if it happens.
Right. I mean, and that's a problem that happened. That's why a lot of people here in Texas died, is because they were not prepared. They were paying attention to the Weather Channel and not taking considerations.
No previous experience, no knowledge about it, right? Never seen it in their lifetime, right? It's all new, right?
Yeah.
They know what
Autumn,
or not what to do.
See, she's a real Texan. When was the last time you saw actual snow before snowpocalypse?
3 years prior.
3 years ago before snowpocalypse. And how long did it last?
A morning.
See, it lasted 1 day. That's the mindset that people get. They look at past experiences and say, "Oh, it's not going to be that bad," and then it actually happens. But I got to
Well-
get off here, family. I love y'all.
Okay.
I
Take
got to
care.
go out with the family.
Take care, both of you. Yeah.
Yeah, have a good
too.
one.
Love y'all, fam.
Have a good one.
Bye, brothers.
Take care. Stay safe.
Let's see what Vanessa's kitty wrote. How many blankets and blanket types do you currently stock? I mean, I think it. I'm. Thinking about it, have real blankets whenever possible. Mylar blankets are for emergency use, in my opinion. They're just to stopgap. Real blankets will get you through better.
Mylar
Mylar
blankets
blanket.
pretty much useless.
I mean, they may have their uses, but they're not as good as having a real blanket that's insulated and thick, especially if it's actually cold. Because I've tried out Mylar blankets. They work better with insulation or something backing that up, like a jacket or something like that, or even a real blanket. On their own, they're not as effective, in my opinion.
You see, people have got to get into their minds that, you can look at the climate as to where you live. If you're in a generally warm climate, generally temperate climate, or a cooler climate, you could separate the three. So, I mean, Shadow, you live in a cold climate where you regularly
Yep.
see snow in the winter, rain the rest of the year. So yours is variable. Yours goes, from plus 30 to minus 30.
No.
year-round.
Actually, plus 30, 38 down to minus 40. Yeah, I see
Okay,
that
yep.
kind of range.
And then you can go into the further south you go, it just gets warm and you get the wet and dry season. Now, if you're in one of these areas that don't see regular snow, and historically there's been the odd one or two sort of snow flurries and so on and so on, then I wouldn't expect anyone to prepare for an all-out winter blizzard. But what people should consider is, it could happen, and you should be able to stay in place and weather out the storm, because the chances are a real cold snap like the Texas blizzard isn't going to last that long. I mean, how long did that last? A couple of weeks, was it? Or was it slightly longer?
Well, I think the temperature started to rebound back after 5 days. As in,
Right.
like, it got above freezing, the snow or ice would start to melt, right? Obviously, I think, because I think the sun started to come out
So,
a
I
couple
mean,
days later.
With some decent preps in place, people could counter that and just weather the storm out. And it's all we hear really is on the news, Kitty says, there's sensationalized media reports of the people who weren't prepared for it. It hit them, blindsided them. They didn't have any power, didn't have any solid fuel stove, etc., etc., etc. And before you know it, they're relying on other people or the states or some people to evacuate them out of the danger zone. So if you aren't in one of those places, some decent preps, pre-planning, thought will see you through. Now, the conundrum is the fact that if you do have to leave because you are unprepared, or the conditions are so bad that continuing staying at your place will mean you're going to die, then you have to move. Now, the key question is here: at what point, when do you get to that stage? Have you failed when you get to that stage? You should be asking yourself questions. Should you have monitored the reports? Many events don't completely hit unexpectedly. There might be weather reports of bad weather coming in, so you monitor them, and then it later turns out that the weather front is getting worse and worse and worse, and it's going to expect it to be bad. So then you should start thinking to yourself, you're going to up your sort of readiness level, leave ahead of the crowd, or take extra measures to get to a safe place, or you're going to weather it out to the last minute. Then you have to get out. So these are the key questions people have got to consider.
I think I would get stuff ready personally. For me here, I would be like, okay, just in case this gets worse, I'll bring out some additional gear.
Yeah.
Just in case I gotta tap into it or go with it. That
Yeah.
way, and being more ready to go, right? So being flexible to the situation too, because obviously, we're in with a grid up or whatever. We got weather reports, right, and all this stuff. But things can change at a moment's notice. The front gets, spins around, it stays longer or whatever. So being
Yeah.
flexible to that would be important. So plan
mean,
for both, right? Hopefully this one won't turn out bad, but just in case, I'll bring out this winter jacket
Yeah.
or snowshoes or whatever, just in case.
I mean, a good example, although it wasn't a cold weather situation, was Hurricane Katrina, for instance.
Mhm.
The weather reports knew there was a hurricane on the way, yet thousands of people chose to stay where they were, despite
Yeah.
warning after warning that this hurricane is going to be a real big one and a bad one.
Mhm.
Hey,
You know, there are-
Fire Horse. Good to see you, man.
A fire horse,
Aye, fire horse.
there are other complications and levies and that sort of stuff. But if you now transpose that onto a winter scenario, then
ABC Gerbs.
you've got to think about the warnings that are in place. I mean, a lot of people don't trust the government these days, and trust has diminished. Fair enough. But I think when you look at it, the government want to help people in terms of, because if they give people warnings and the people adhere to those warnings and they get out or become more prepared, it's going to alleviate the burden on the government to then start thinking about aid and all this sort of stuff.
Well,
So
the
there
cost
is,
too, right?
yeah, the cost, exactly, yeah. So, when we're talking about blankets and puffer jackets and woolen clothing, that's real basic stuff. That is, people should have that in place already. And if it happens once before, like it's happened in Texas now, a real bad storm hits, that's the warning. So if it happened once, it could happen again. So people must be
Mhm.
prepared for that and think about
Well-
what they're going to do the next time it comes around.
Yeah, that's
And
what I
it's
said
very
about.
likely. It's very likely that it would happen again. If it
Yeah.
happens once, it will happen another time
Yeah,
again and
It's
again.
not outside.
So
It's not outside that. It's within probability. It can still happen. It's not
Yeah.
like way out there. I mean, for me, I see it all, so I have to plan for that the best I can.
Yeah, I mean, Canadians, you're used to the extremes of temperature. So you've no doubt you've got a cold weather system and a warm weather system in place,
And
including,
everything in between.
forest fires as a result of hot weather
Yeah.
and blizzards for the cold weather, that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, interestingly enough, Shadow, this your background picture, is that an artificial intelligence picture?
yeah, it is.
Because I'll tell you why. A good indication whether a picture is artificially intelligence generated is people generally have 6 or 7 fingers or less, and one of the gloves in that picture has got 4.
Oh yeah, the center one. That center one right there. I just
4
noticed that.
fingers
I just
missing.
noticed that, PB.
I did an artificially generated series of pictures, and one of them, this girl had 3 arms, and there's a lot of it going about all this false information on the internet, especially in news related articles. Just watch out for 6-fingered children and 3-armed kids and this sort of stuff. As a side note, anyway.
Can we answer
Iron
that
Fire
question?
Horse has a good question here. What if you have nowhere to go? I got stuck beside a gas fire in the house next door. They blocked my vehicle in with fire trucks. So when they came to tell me to evacuate, I just went back in, lol.
Mm.
So what if you have nowhere to go? Right. Now this is a key point, you see. If you're getting to the complete situation, as we said earlier, where you have to leave or you'll die, then obviously you have to leave. So the big question is then, where do you go? So no doubt in any sort of pre-planning, you've identified some sort of safe zone, or you've listened to the news broadcast on your emergency radio.
Friend's place, relative's place. to start.
Yep.
You know,
And it's identified. You know, you go to high ground, low ground, or head west, east, south, or whatever.
yeah.
So you know that's the first indication if you haven't got any sort of intel coming in or pre-planning. You
Well,
might have received
somewhere outside the affected area or somewhere
Yes.
safer, right?
Yeah. So
You
once
know,
you've
maybe it's
identified,
hotel, motel. It doesn't necessarily mean a retreat or a bug out location. This can actually mean like a friend's place, you know, or relatives, right?
Yeah.
Someone that you can trust that, you know, you made pre-arrangements with, right? Hey,
Yeah.
you know, just in case.
but if you haven't, then you're listening to your information streams on your radio or whatever.
Mhm.
Then, unless it's a complete worldwide scenario, there will be centres like sports halls, leisure centres, which will be
Arenas,
allocated as
stadiums, and
safe zones.
yeah.
Now, everyone's got this thing in their minds from Hurricane Katrina that no one wants to go into
Yeah.
a safe zone like football stadium anymore because you're amongst the rest of the pigs and chickens fighting for water and resources and this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So that will be your last, the worst option, I suppose. But if life depends on it, then if that's
You
all
might
you've
not
got,
have a
that's all you've
choice.
got.
You might not have
Exactly,
a choice.
yeah. Otherwise, you might, you're talking in, you know, theorizing here, you might get in amongst someone else who says, well, we got a couple of spaces at our friend's house for a couple of days and so on and so on. You can
Yeah,
bide
you're
your
better
time.
off with that. Yeah, you're probably better off going to a location that you're familiar with or with less people, you know, with family, friends, right? It'll be more comfortable, you know, and stuff like that. You'll feel more safe just because, you know, you've been
Hey,
there.
Bob, good to
It's
see you,
familiar.
brother.
What's up, Bob? Because it's more familiar, right?
Hey,
Versus,
Bob.
you know, being around people you don't even know in the middle of nowhere, you know, in the middle of like the stadium or whatever. You don't even know anyone. You're not sure. You're scared. The security and all the
Yeah.
aspects compared to like being at a friend's, relatives' places. It's like where, hey, I actually got a bed.
Generally, people are, there's some good people out there and they'll quite easily take you in, you know, come and stay at our place for a couple of days or whatever. But you'll generally find that that sort of mentality and acts of kindness are when it's more of a localized event, when it's
Yeah,
more of
yeah,
a widespread situation, then those sort of offers diminish quite quickly. So yeah, like you said, friend's house, family's house.
yeah. I better go with that first. That's gonna be the first
Yeah,
option.
exactly. Yeah, this is why people have got to now,
Community.
you know, drop it into conversation and stuff like that, and start making the ties. That you know, say to someone, you know, if anything happens, can we come around your house for a week or two, or you know?
Yeah, and well, you know how I would say it. I'd be like, hey, this happened. You know, not just say, oh, I'm coming over to your place. I'll be like, hey, I'm gonna bring supplies over, right? That way, you're bringing something to the table, not just coming empty-handed, right? No one wants. What are you doing here? And there's nothing in their hands. It's like, help me.
Yeah. Well, you could, if someone does agree, your friends or family, then you could maybe have a box at their house just for you. So you are contributing something, and you're taking the load off of their resources and stuff.
Yeah, maybe with extra clothes, some water, some food, you know, some supplies to
Yeah.
work with.
But getting to that point is once you're there, it's the easy bit. It's getting to an emergency location, evacuation point, or out of the danger zone, which is the key thing. I mean, we all know, and it's pretty much common sense that you shouldn't really leave a well-stocked house, you know, with everything in it. Bugging
Yeah.
out just doesn't make sense unless you really have to.
Yeah, if it's
But
unsafe, you have no more supplies, it can't
yeah,
sustain you anymore and stuff like that, right? Or it's
exactly.
too
Yeah,
dangerous.
yeah. But
You know, like a gas leak or something like that. The trees falling right through the center of the house or something like that.
yeah.
And maybe you might choose to bug out there. But
And if
even
you
with
have
a tree
to,
falling down, you might still want to shelter in place just because you
yeah,
still have
yeah. I
walls.
mean, that can be bodged, I suppose.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
my immediate
that's a
plan,
great area.
if I have to leave here, was jump in my van and drive off. And second to that would be sort of other methods, bikes. We're talking about winter here, so winter inherently is just a complete no-go sort of environment. You just cannot, unless you're going to be walking on roads, you cannot walk unless you've got snowshoes or skis or a dog sled, and it's just not viable. It's really, really a dire situation, and people
It's
will
gonna
probably end up.
drain you.
Say again.
I said it's gonna drain the resources, like your energy level, or even if you have fuel, it's gonna drain the fuel because you probably have to go slower or use a lot more energy to get through this snow. In comparison to like if it's nice and sunny, like an open field or sidewalk or road, right? It's much
Yes.
easier to, right? Because you have to take smaller steps and be careful, right?
I mean,
Because
let's
you don't want to fall. You don't want to fall. I'm just saying. In the wintertime, you don't want to fall in that
no,
situation.
yeah.
Yeah, that
People got to
sprain an
be
ankle
realistic.
yeah.
People got to be realistic in their thinking about this sort of event. If it's in winter, heavy snow, real bad temperatures, and you have to move on foot, there's a good chance that you're not going to make it. Basically, simple as that. I mean,
Well, it
you know,
could be a situation, preparedness veteran, that you have to get back home. Remember, in this situation, you might be at work, school, let's say work or something like that, right? Or
yeah,
you're
I mean
visiting.
that's
So,
not
I mean, but granted,
that's
with
not
that,
real bad.
you probably shelter in place at work, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would
But
probably do that. But you
what I'm
could be on the
indicating
road.
that, yeah.
Road, on the highway, right?
What I'm
So with your
indicating that
vehicle,
is if you've got family in tow, if you're 60 plus years old, for instance, that's points off straight away. You got a family, that's more points off. Small kids, your survival score now is dropping and dropping and dropping by the second. If you've got pets, what are you going to do with the pets? You're going to leave them there? Most people won't leave the pets there. They'll say, they'll bring them with them. If you've got any form of disability, your chances are diminishing so much. It's almost an unsurvivable situation to be in if you have to move on foot. People have got to some tough decisions to be made.
yeah,
And especially if it's not an expected event, good luck.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you fortify your location, your plug-in plan the best that you can. But
So
always
anyway,
have Yep. Go ahead.
let's talk about gear, shall we? What's any gear recommendations from anyone in there about cold weather gear?
Yeah, I have something.
Go on then.
Or trekking. A walking
Everybody
or
likes
trekking pole.
gears.
So
Trekking poles,
walking or trekking poles, yeah, because like I said, I've actually used one before in the snow, right? Because it gives you that extra footing, right? Because there's multiple contacts to the ground. So if you have to go by ice or whatever, I've actually stuck it in the snow. So okay, that's my anchor point. So if I slip out, I can still lean against that.
Hey, Howie, good to see you, brother.
I personally don't like any sort of pole or anything like that. That's just my personal preference, but I can see the benefits. That definitely, and a lot of people do use them.
Yeah.
Do you prefer wooden ones or the plastic telescopic ones or fiberglass or what?
You know what? Really, I don't see any real difference as long as it holds up the weight and you can use it. And it's not gonna break on you when you use it, and can handle the temperatures, right? Because obviously, things can get brittle when it's really, really cold.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I think another thing to consider is like, depending on the situation or whatever, boots, ice cleats, that kind of stuff for traction, right? If you're walking, because obviously contact to the ground, right? You slip, you fall, it just makes it 10 times worse, right? You sprain an ankle from it or break your leg, that might as well be almost game over, right? Because now you're slower and all that stuff.
Well, you also got to consider a lot of people probably have injuries through just to walking through fresh snow over uneven terrain without any sort of snowshoes. If your foot goes in and hits a tree stump, for instance, you can quite easily twist your ankle for a start off.
Or trip.
Or
And
trip.
probably more likely, yeah, you're probably more likely to trip and then something happens because of it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. So yeah, snow poles.
Oh.
Is a fair one. Yep.
Add in something. One of the things that is you gotta be very careful about, especially more in urban areas, but I guess it could happen anywhere, is don't watch your step, because if there's snow covering a plastic bag and you step on it, you're gonna slip right out.
Yeah.
Something to consider, because it's not ice, but it slides right out, right? So I've actually seen people accidentally slip on bags because they're just on the ground, but covered with snow, you just didn't see it. Next thing you know,
Yeah.
you're sliding out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, those.
It's not always ice, but sometimes it could be bag.
Every winter we see here in the pound shops, the rubber stretchy things you put underneath your shoes. They got spikes on.
Yeah. Yep.
They cost nothing really. They cost £1, and if anyone who's old or is unstable on their feet, that's a good thing for them to wear straight away. Or if it's heavier snow, especially compact snow, if you're walking on roads that are covered in snow and they're refrozen, you walk on a sheet ice then, and you probably got the choice of walk on that, which is better on the foot, or walk in deeper snow, which is energy sapping.
Yeah.
And it's a lot more precarious. And we see here, in the wintertime here, and on the sidewalks and stuff, like you'll come across a bit where you can see someone who's slipped and a bit of blood where someone's banged their head or something like that.
Yeah, I don't want to go for that.
That's quite common here because people they're not used to it. Even though we get bad winters here every now and then, every year it freezes and so on and so on, people just forget and they ignore it for next time. That's why here specifically in Britain is we get 2 or 3 inches. We're the laughing stock of the world when it comes to winter. We get 2 or 3 inches of snow on the ground. All the train stops, all the air traffic stops, all the roads stop. It's chaos, and the country just basically closes down because of 3 inches of snow. It's ridiculous because we don't, as a nation, this is the governmental national scale now. We don't invest in the equipment to have proper snow clearing measures. Basically, no one does. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, basics. Get the right type of garments, the type of clothing, whether it's wool or synthetic. I wouldn't necessarily go for wool all the time. It's got its uses, but
could be down, fleece.
Yeah, exactly.
Just make sure know the limitations of it, right?
Yeah,
like
they've all got their pluses and minuses.
Yeah. See, one of the things I tried to do is actually try the clothing when it's actually that temperature. And I just assume, oh, I got this down jacket, it'll be warm. Yeah, I know it'll be warm, but can it actually handle when it's actually minus 40? Windchill's like blowing like crazy. Is it really going to keep me that warm? Because I rather not assume that. But from actual trying, right? Even if you just walk around the neighborhood or whatever during that time, right? It's like, oh yeah, this is, at least you would know that much of it, right?
Yeah, a good time to get winter clothing is in the spring or summer.
Yeah.
Price drops right down.
Yeah, because they are on sale.
Off season.
Yeah, off season. Yeah,
a lot of
get them cheaper that way.
Yeah, but that's the kitty. Yeah, the mitts, gloves, right?
I mean, I've had some clothing that's been too warm as well. I recently got, it must be about 5 years ago now, I got a possum wool hat, which is supposed to be one of the warmest types of natural or animal fibers you can get, animal furs. And it was just too hot. I can't wear it. And then you're talking to minus 10 degrees C, which is about pretty much the coldest it gets in Britain anyway, really.
That's about 20 Fahrenheit. Pretty close to.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so
hey, preparing this bedroom. Sell it to me. I'll wear it. I'll wear it here in -30. It'll keep me warm.
right, the hat I'm talking about is for sale on the Ramir's website. It's I think it's a possum wool hat. Very, very, very warm. It's unbelievable. Too hot for here. Yeah, so layer up, choose your fabrics, avoid cotton. It's all basic sort of stuff. Keep hydrated, as Shadow says.
Well, actually, it's not specifically the kind. I think it's more don't get wet. Wait the moisture away from you. I think that's more important than what the clothing is, because any clothing that gets wet probably is sapping heat away from you. Even wool to a certain degree will, if it's wet, it's they say up to 80%. Well, there's still 20%, right? You know, down, for example, if it gets wet, it doesn't keep its fluff anymore, so you lose all that insulation qualities, right? So stay dry. That's probably the more important thing.
Yeah, and this is down to personal clothing management. Then as soon as you start to get hot, get rid of a layer. Don't avoid sweating when you're working and moving, and when you stop, put clothing on when you start to feel cold and so on. So on, like you said,
maybe not go over the lake. Maybe go around.
Route selection.
Yeah, avoid. Well, because things like wet snow, it could change, like where it's more of a mix, but you don't want to get wet.
Yeah.
Wet, cold, wind, it sucks.
And people, if they have to leave, let's say people are getting out early, you don't just, right, we're off, get in the car, go, bang, you're off. People want to think about what they're leaving behind as well. So you got to turn off your gas, your electric, your water, all that sort of thing, because at some point the weather is going to get better and you'll go back to it. And the last thing you want to do is go back to a house that's been blown up because you didn't turn the gas off or
actually,
burst.
Yeah, that actually happened in Texas. A lot of people did not know where their main water to shut off was, right? They come back to like damages and all that stuff, right? Which could have been prevented to a certain degree, right? So, being proactive instead of reactive later, right? Knowing this stuff ahead in advance. Because some people didn't even know where it was because they couldn't find it in the snow. instead of just marking it with like whatever, right? Some little flag. Which they could have did during the summer.
This is another key point you're bringing up there is you got to appreciate, or people have got to appreciate, if you got a selection of maps that the mapping and terrain are going to be different in the winter time. You think, oh yeah, they bring all the maps out in the summertime. Yeah, we're going to go down that road right across here, and this is our route. In the wintertime, you're just looking at a sea of white. And so you've got to be prepared to adopt a different form of navigation and a different form of map appreciation and map navigation when it comes to moving on a whiteout conditions or snowy conditions.
So something like a compass and or with a GPS or both would help, especially if you live not too close to the North Pole or the South Pole. Okay.
Keep it simple. So if you got a GPS, fine, use it, but be prepared that could fail. The batteries could run out quicker than normal because it's cold.
Yeah.
And
that's another good point.
Freezing conditions could quite easily damage the system you're using, because they've all got their sort of ratings, and most of them will probably be down to about -40-ish anyway. So then you think about a backup plan to that. So like say map and compass, pacing, beads, and if you're in that situation, then good luck.
Well, because I figure let's say if you're evacuating on vehicle, right, the roads could be so of a whiteout condition. You're like, are we going the right way? Would be nice to know. Oh, we're double checking with a compass there. We're supposed to keep heading west or north or whatever. Then keep the red in the shed, as they say, right, or whatever.
Well, when using when you're using a compass for an average sort of vehicle, and even more so with an electric vehicle, you've actually got to be quite a distance away for an accurate compass reading.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. Oh yeah. Good point.
you know, because it's going to deviate the magnetic needle, and I think it's for the average vehicle, it's about 100 meters, which is people think 100 meters. I ain't going to get out of my vehicle and walk 100 meters just to take a magnetic bearing. It's ridiculous. But really, you know, if you've got a compass, most people don't really use it unless they're on foot in complete zero visibility anyway. You're more likely to read the map and get you from A to B. You're more likely to get lost in the first couple of legs of your route than anything. Once you're in the flow, it's not so bad.
Yeah, you'll get your bearings in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a complete, you know, any sort of evacuation plan can get so complex. There's so many twists and turns and things to think about that you could spend a couple of weeks just planning your sort of evacuation plan. And when it comes down to the crunch, the day of the races, you know, it could all go out the window quite easily. But some plan is better than no plan, you know.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
the other thing is everything looks different in winter time than summertime, in fall and
dark.
spring.
It could be already dark.
Yeah.
Remember?
It's hard to see the roads too because you don't have the same
Signs, street lights, all this other stuff you might not be familiar have.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying about the mapping. You know, it's easy to look at a map and do an appreciation and route selection and stuff in the summer, but winter's different.
Less daylight hours. Snow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for anyone that's ever like been to a place during the day and tried to find it at night or something like that, or vice versa, right? It's different. It's because certain things you can't see in the distance, or you've never seen it at night. So it's just like, I thought it was this way. You know, and you're you're a kilometer off.
Line Firehorse says maps are often wrong. Wow. He has got a point there. I mean, in Britain, we've got very accurate mapping, and I'd yet to find any map in Britain that's wrong. However, in quite a few other countries, maps, the cartography situation, the mapping is generally quite bad. And in quite a few countries, maps are based on aerial photographs, and that's it. And if you're in an area where you've got lots of forests, then the terrain underneath the canopy could quite easily be completely different than what the map is showing. And it's not going to have any sort of tracks or navigatable routes on there. So you're going to have to be thinking about time and distance and contours, natural features like streams and cliff faces and all this sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another one there. Water resistant maps. I'd suggest anyone, their first action should be when they get a map is to waterproof the map in some way, shape, or form. Either you can get a waterproofing spray to spray on it, which is okay for light rain and showers, but not very good in other conditions, or put it in a decent waterproof map case. Okay.
Get it laminated.
Yeah, you know, map cases are okay, but you can't really fold it down to a smaller, convenient package. The best option is to, like you say, laminate it. You can do it yourself quite easily. It's a simple task.
Mm-hmm.
What I'd say if you're doing that on a map is, you know, maps are generally one-sided. You can get two-sided maps. Road maps and stuff like that are generally two-sided. Some cases. But you know, trim down your map. Put some notes on the back of the map. Don't just have a blank map on one side and the detail on the other side. You can
You want to make it. Yeah, you might as well use the space wisely. All right, maybe put in additional things like I don't know, Morse code, all this other stuff, right? Then you just in case you need it, it's there too, right?
Yeah.
You know?
So, yeah. So Iron Firehorse says, I doubt Britons are great. I'm actually Scottish, just live in Canada. Canada is extremely vast compared to the UK and has been mapped as long. Well, the situation with Britain is it's continually being mapped, and it's a small area. I would say the British maps are the most accurate I've ever seen. Other countries, the wider you go, Canada, for instance, it's such a large area. There's vast areas there which are open and sparse, like the plains down south, that it's harder to navigate there. So it doesn't hurt to have a GPS with you. Then you're talking about extra equipment, then care for the equipment, batteries, and so on and so on. It's it's all too easy to have all the gear and not be able to, you're burdened with all the gear then. And it's all okay if you've got a vehicle to carry it with. If you're on foot,
Yeah, convenience, transportation,
it's
that's one
just-
thing, but
yeah, your primary aim is to get from A to B into the safe zone, and that's it.
Mhm.
You and your family or your party, whoever it is. People
pets,
can
whatever.
overthink things, you see, and at the end of the day, right, we're going, stick to the plan, and go for it. Light as possible. Your bug out bag or whatever, it's just to get you from here to there. That's it. And if the location where you're going to is a fully stocked place, fine. That's it. But if it isn't, it's a friend's house or anything like that, or a motel or a hotel, then you got to be prepared to take with you your insurance documents and all the rest of it. Key identification documents, because once you've left, and you potentially what you've left is
You
going to
may
be
not be.
no longer there.
You might not be able to get back to it, or have it when you get back.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's better to have it with you, so you know it's with you, and you don't have to be like, I hope it's still there.
Yeah. Vanessa
assuming
says, do you have a separate GPS receiver unit? I use a Garmin Glow. I personally don't. I just have a mapping compass and my vehicle sat nav, and that's it. So I'm not really, GPSs are okay for vehicles, but I wouldn't really. I don't use them outdoors or anything like that. I just use a mapping compass. Yeah, carrying important legal documents is a must. Definitely, some form of identification, driver's license, passport. Bare minimum birth certificate, marriage certificate, and then followed by insurance documents, family photographs. They could either be in paper format, which is probably the preferred option, or if space is an issue, then on a USB stick. Or you can split it up between three of it and have various copies. So one set of documents on you, one set on your wife, one set on your kids. A bit of extra redundancy. Or pre-plan it and have a set already waiting for you at your friend's house.
Yeah, something like that. Spare copies of it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's
some money as well.
It's one of those things I was going to say, preparing this veteran, is not to underestimate that. Let's just assume that, things to get back to normal or whatever. It would be nice that you don't have to spend the hassle of trying to get your birth certificate, your ID, your passport, right? Just the hassle of going through the hoops of getting that stuff again, because it's very difficult. You have to wait so long. For anyone that's lost their ID or anything like that, it's crazy how many hoops you gotta go through, right? It takes forever.
I was in Canada once. A place called Chase.
Oh, okay.
And we was on a canoeing expedition. We were there for a month, and two of the guys took the baggage wagon. We was in a campsite, and they took it off into some hippie music festival. Come back, and they said, "Oh, by the way, guys, the vehicle got broken into. The vehicle got broken into, and about 3 or 4 of us had our passports nicked." So
you know what? horrendous situation that actually happened in the U.S. I don't know if anyone heard about that story in I think it was in California. People were on vacation. They left their passport and all that stuff in the vehicle while they were at the beach. Remember the story I told you, Shadow?
Yeah.
That happened. That
Right.
actually
Yeah.
happened. That actually happened. Now you're stuck in the country without your a passport. You're
Yeah.
like a different country. How hard is that? That's like crazy. Like you'd be stressing.
Yeah. I mean, luckily for us, we
So.
had it wasn't that much of an issue without a passport because we were also under something called a NATO travel order, which was like a military NATO passport as well, which is a bit of paper. So we all had those
Oh.
anyway. So, but we knew when we reported the passports getting stolen, what we'd had to do to get the passports back. And it wasn't a pretty sight. It was a long, laborious
Well, yeah, like I
process.
said, right?
Oh, yeah.
Bunch of red tape, hooks. I mean, hooks.
Yep.
A bunch of hurdles that you're gonna go through, and all that stuff.
Yep.
It's just big inconvenience, right?
And of course,
So it's one of those things. Keep that on you whenever possible.
yeah. And if you've left these behind, and you know the event has passed, everything's starting to get normalized. People are going back to their house. You get back to your house, and someone's already been through your stuff and stolen your identity. You know that's another thing to then worry about because you've been through all this trauma of bugging out.
You got through it. You're okay. Your family's good, but then it's just like, where's my passport?
Yeah. Right. Where's your birth certificate or your you know, someone's stolen your identity. And this day and age, it could quite easily happen. Well, you know, this having an online presence. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I can guess that there must be some system in place that you can store essential documents. I mean, you know, there are secure wallets and secure cloud storage systems which people can use. So make full advantage of them. You know, the idea of the internet going down completely and terminating is not really going to happen because the worldwide ISP system is so robust. So you can
Well, it's more like getting access online to get to it.
Yeah, that's it. And after the event is gone, you're going to be in.
That's probably more of the issue.
It's more going to be afterwards. If you do need a passport and so on and so on, you're going to be sort of in a situation where connectivity is there, either through the government or through some aid agency or whatever, and they can access them for you. So don't discount online storage systems. Is what I'm saying, really.
Yeah, Usenet. Yeah, I would. For me, if I did Usenet or would Usenet, that'd be a redundant source for it, right? I would still keep my ID, right? That way, I have two options. Hopefully, I have access to one of them. All right, keep your options open, right? Or right?
Yeah.
Try to keep your options open.
And then
that way you have an option.
Yeah, exactly. Torches, head torches, all that sort of thing. Because you know, like Shadow said, it's more likely going to be a winter event.
Nighttime comes sooner, right?
Yep, exactly. So
yeah,
batteries. You can have wind-up torches.
Because usually between November and January is the shortest daylight hours, right? Because the winter solstice, right? The shortest day of the year, and all that stuff. And not only that, people tend to travel at that time more often. Thanksgiving for the U.S., Christmas here in December, right? People tend to travel more. Let's just say in a normal situation too, right? Normal day-to-day situation, people are traveling too, anyways, right? So a torch or a flashlight would help.
Yeah, there's other forms of lighting. You know, wind-up torches, solar torches, although they're not going to be much use. Spare batteries, rechargeables, hand-cranked, rechargeable systems, chemical lights.
Yep.
That's probably about it. You can get piezoelectric lights, but they're not much good, really.
Yeah.
Little
Wait,
ones
just
that
let me
can-
wind up this light here. Let me just wind
there
up
you
this
go.
light here. For
CR's ready.
All right, just kidding. Yeah, just kidding.
And like Shadow said, you keep yourself hydrated, and you may want to choose a plastic water bottle so you don't
Yeah,
freeze your lips to the bottle when you're drinking out of a metal
that
one.
would be a
Well-
nightmare.
Yeah. Well, we used
I
to
would-
always
Keep it.
put. Go on, Sia.
I was gonna say keep the water moving, keep it on the inside, so don't keep it on the outside so much, right? And maybe consider having a backup source if you have a water bladder, right? Because it's not, if it's on your back and you're traveling with it, it might actually freeze, right? Because it's further away from you. Like if water's moving, it won't freeze, right? But let's just say
Yeah.
you're in a vehicle or something like that. So keep that water moving, keep it close to you, keep it from freezing. I know some people will put it upside down, so because water freezes from the top to the bottom, right? So they'll invert it, so now the bottom will freeze first, but you just flip it back over, but the opening still has water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there are
Something to keep
just
in mind.
my preference would be a metal water bottle, and you can put some duct tape around the edge of it so you don't stick your lips to it, or just drink out of a separate container. Or my preference wouldn't be to keep the water on my body. It'd be put it in my rucksack or something like that. There are things, you could put some salt
Good evening,
in
Carlo,
water.
and welcome to the stream.
You can put some salt in the water to stop it from freezing in the bottle, to keep yourself hydrated. But yeah, bladders, I wouldn't really go for a bladder. It's just
At
too.
least in that situation, in a winter type of situation, if it falls below freezing, right? It's just like with the water filters, like the micro, the
Yeah,
yeah,
And
right.
each
Have
one
options like
you should have a warning on each one of those filters as well that stop them from freezing, because they become pretty much useless after.
yeah, like the ones I have here, I actually keep them on a lanyard. I mean not lanyard, around the neck, just so I know it's by me. I'm not gonna take the chance of putting it back in my bag, right? Because
Right.
it's further away from me. I rather keep it by my your chest or whatever, right? In an
Yeah.
inside pocket, right? That way I know for sure it's not gonna freeze, even if I had to use it and it got wet.
Yeah.
At least I know
Yeah.
it's not gonna do it right away. But then
Yeah.
having sources like water purification tablets that are not as affected by the cold, right? Options like that.
Yeah, exactly. And redundancy again. I have a couple of methods, everything from potassium permanganate through to water purification tablets, pinch of salt in your water bottle, and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think in situations like this, like I said earlier, like have fire or heat options like matches, well, whatever, right? But realize that you may not have access to it, may not have enough fire materials to use, might not even have enough time, right? So depending on the situation, right? If it's a blizzard, it's gonna be quite difficult to start a fire to boil some water if you had to,
Yeah.
right?
There's
It's still
one-
difficult.
Kalu there says, "What do you guys think of the life straw?" Right. My preference, I don't really like the life straw. I think it's too long and too prone to snapping and getting damaged. Really, my preference would be over the life straw. My preference would be the Sawyer Mini. The Sawyer Mini. Because it's
Sawyer Mini.
because it's smaller. Or
options.
what's the other one called? The Sawyer. There's one
Squeeze?
slightly Sawyer Squeeze. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's other brands, there's other ones, but
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Sawyer Mini now. There's so many copies of that. All these little filters like that are all the same. You look at the Life Straw and the Sawyer Mini.
But yeah, the Life Straw was kind of like filter of it all, right? But there's other brands and other,
Oh,
there's
definitely.
other
Yeah.
ones. There's ones from MSR. There's the ceramic ones, right?
Yeah.
All that
So
stuff, right?
Kalu, the Sawyer, Sawyer.
Yeah.
Sawyer Mini. That's a good one. Internally, though, all the components are the same. That you got these long white threads that filter the water through. Yeah,
Yeah, they
Shadows.
have a specific micron that they can filter out, like 0.2, I think, micron or something like that. Usually.
Yeah, something like that. My preference would be over any of these would be the Catadine filters. They're probably about one of the best, I'd say. Toss up between the Catadine filters and the Lifesaver water bottles. But the Lifesaver water bottles in the cold, I'd go for a Catadine one, I think. So yeah, water, hydration. Interestingly enough, just looking at that picture there, gloves. A pair of woolen gloves is great. A pair of Gore-Tex gloves would be even better. And when we used to get given Arctic clothing, our gloves would come in two parts. You'd have a fleece-lined inner glove, mitten. Mittens are better than 5-finger gloves because obviously your fingers are closer together, and your hands generally are warmer. And then you'd get an outer to go with that, which would be like a Gore-Tex outer to stop your hand getting wet. But also, I've come across a glove years ago in the 80s. They're called Dachstein mitts. I think it's an Austrian company. And these gloves, they're excellent gloves. They're so dense. They're like felt gloves, and they're mittens. These gloves start off a couple of foot across by a couple of foot across, and they gradually boil and boil and boil and shrink them down until the wool and felt becomes so dense that just immensely warm, even when your hand gets wet. The wicking properties of these gloves are really, really good, but they're expensive as well. Yeah, Dachstein mitts. I'll put the name of them in the comments if anyone wants to Google them or anything.
Yeah, please do.
But there's so many. Technology has advanced so much that gloves are really, really good nowadays. And you want to keep your dexterity. You lose your dexterity, you lose your ability to light fires and do delicate procedures like the simplest of tasks, like undo water bottle lids,
Zipper up your zipper.
undo
Do
zips,
buttons.
shoelaces, buttons.
Mm-hmm. Put on
All this.
put on clothes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like put on a warm jacket to keep warm, or wrap up in a blanket or something like that. So.
And so people should also consider, when you're on the point of dexterity, is you're putting a couple of hand warmers in your gear to aid you warm your fingers up to help you get a fire lit and stuff like that.
Personally, preparedness veteran in the chat and Shadow here, I personally don't want to rely on that too heavily. It's one thing to have them, right? But remember, it's a consumable, right? I mean, I get if you're really cold or something like that, you need to quickly warm up your hands, right? But let's just say you've already used it and then you need it again. I don't know. I mean, there's reusable ones. There's the Zippo hand warmers that might be another option, right?
They're one-shot deal, really.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I did a video. I can't remember what it's called. I'll have to look it up. And I think it was called a 7-hour Ember. And they're the old-fashioned hand warmers. They come in a little, almost like silk. It's like a little oval red case, and inside it you put a charcoal carbon type inner. You light it, blow on it till it glows red hot on one end, and you close the lid. And you put that in your pocket.
What's funny? I've actually made one before.
Right. Oh, yeah.
It
they're
is
easy.
possible. It you know what? I'm surprised how well that can actually work. I mean, I still have to try it out a bit more, but you can actually make that, by the way.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Anyway, in this
It could be an
case,
option.
you close the case and it will keep your hands warm for up to 7 hours. Every now and then you got to open it and just blow on the red ember, get rid of the ash and stuff. But that's not a problem.
Yeah.
But
That's what I did too. I'm just like, I just wanted just.
But it serves a couple of purposes. You know, it not only keeps your fingers and stuff warm, but it also you're carrying around a 7-hour ember there to help you start any fire if you need to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know, a
It
bit
may
of a
give you
double-edged
the
sword.
spark to keep going.
Yeah, and you could also, if you got one of them, you can pass it around the group. All take turns, and you know it's a bit of a morale boost as well. You see.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's definitely got their advantages and stuff.
To burn the switch or not, I was gonna jump on that gloves and the mitts thing. I was gonna say I'm more. I don't like those hybrid type of glove mitt combos usually, because usually they have their fingers exposed. Like you don't. There's nothing covering your fingers, and I'm not a big fan of those. Like, yeah, you get some dexterity. You want to touch your phone display or whatever, right? Your smartphone. That's one thing, but your fingertips are exposed, even with the mitt over top of it, portion covering it, right? And I'm not a big fan of those. I'd rather have a glove than a mitt over top. If I need skin contact or whatever, then I'll just take out the glove, right? But I'd rather have, because then it's layering, right? And then you have your fingers are kind of together, the mitt's covering the glove, right, and all that stuff. You can take out the glove. You need more dexterity, doing something, whatever, right? So I'm more of a fan of like that, of doing it like that, than just building on top of that.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, that's a good
I'm
point.
not a big I'm not a big fan of those hybrid glove mitt combos. I tried them when I was younger. I just didn't like them so much. My fingertips would always get cold, even within the mitt part.
Yeah, I've got to say when it temperature gets to -5 and lower, the fingered gloves, I don't really like those. I'd prefer to go towards the mitten after when it gets to those sorts of temperatures. But
I mean, this is why I'm a big fan of having a glove than putting a mitt over top.
Right. Yeah.
That way I can still have that dexterity, but if it's -30 Celsius, -22 Fahrenheit, I don't want exposed skin at all, right? Exposed skin, and especially the colder it is, windshield and stuff like that, it's not hurt you. You're gonna get instant frostnip, almost instant frostbite. It's not hurt.
Yeah,
and it does, by the way.
People soon learn, and it's in the early stages when they start clinging onto metal objects and getting flesh frozen to metal object handrails and stuff like that, and exposed shovels and this sorts of thing. That the cold injury, any cold injury is going to, and any injury really, from twisted ankles all the way through to frostbite. People sticking their hands to metal posts and handrails. It's probably going to occur in the early stages. After that, people learn the lesson and they don't do it again after that. Yeah. If they've still got function after the first time, that is.
And another reason to have gloves or mitts, for example, is even when you're driving, like because you're like, if you don't have a heated steering wheel, right? Because your hands are touching the steering wheel, usually that's not really insulated, and it's got metal underneath, generally, right? So it's the sap the heat from your hands, right? And you want to keep your dexterity when you're driving, obviously, right? Because if you have cold hands, you can't do things as fast.
Yeah. Depends on what vehicle you drive, I suppose, but yeah.
Yeah, because and one of the things I've mentioned this before, Shadow, and I know Vanessa Kitty's heard me say this: do not blow into your hands, because once you do that, you got to keep doing that. And when you blow into your hands, moisture gets into the glove or mitts that you're wearing, and it just gets worse.
Yeah, Yeah, I've done that
I-
mistake myself, so I know that.
It's one thing if you're just right outside your place, by a fire, right outside of work, you're just outside, just quick sec. But if you're walking, you're not going back into a warm spot, avoid doing that. Because once you start doing that, you got to keep doing it. It's
Yeah,
right. I mean, I've done it before for biking purposes, but I just had to keep doing it because I didn't have an option anymore. And I don't, it's once you do it, you have to keep doing it because the moisture will condense, moisture will sap the heat away from you, and you got to keep doing that. It's just like steam, right? It just might as well be like steam. It'll keep you
Yeah.
warm for a little bit, but
yeah, keep your hands warm for a couple of seconds, and then
then
you
it
begin
gets
to
cold
freeze
again.
from your fingers. Yeah,
Yeah, because it's wet. Still, it's one of those things. Try to avoid doing that whenever possible. Hence, if you prepare well, you shouldn't have to do that. Hopefully, right? You got hand warmers, good, solid protection around your hands, gloves, mitts, or both, right?
Yeah, and a good
I
sleeping
agree,
system.
Vanessa.
A good sleeping arrangement as well. If you're going to have to consider sleeping out overnight, everything from your insulation mat to the sleeping bag selection to your
Get off the
tent.
ground, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
probably the most important thing. It's just
And
like
all,
the boots, the footwear you wear are probably really important, right? The contact of the
yeah,
ground.
and all this sort of
Convection
stuff.
will just pull heat right off you.
Again, this is basic stuff if you're living in a cold environment or you're expecting any sort of cold environment. And people should not only just get the gear, like we said earlier, but get it out of the box, at least put it on, make sure
Put
it
on the
fits.
jacket.
And
Try
at
out the
least,
zippers, right?
get practice and go out with it. Put it up in the gardens, spend overnight, get your kids to spend overnight in the garden. Because, like I said, it's not just you, it's more likely to be the inexperienced kids or the wife who will get injured, cut themselves, uh, have their hands stuck to a metal railing, or get snow
Don't
blindness or
put your
whatever.
tongue on piece of metal in the winter. Just saying. Just saying. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I dare you. No, I'm not doing that.
As
Don't
on
do
a
that.
side note, there, if think about people should think about not only cutting down weight, but using things that double up in other areas. Like we were talking about the hand warmers earlier.
Yeah.
And if people are thinking about using MREs and the MRE heaters, where you add a bit of water to and it gets warm, then that also produces heat and so on. So
Mm-hmm.
always think
Another
outside
thing,
the box.
one of the things I've started to go away from more and more is scarves, and I enjoy the buffs or the gaiters more. Because there's a lot of benefits. I was told Shadow this and other people. One of the things about the scarves I did not like, and I still like, it's more fashionable. Like, don't get me wrong, it can keep you warm, but sometimes when you're zipping up zippers, the tassels get stuck because of the scarf, and I don't like that. I hated that so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
because
really.
then because now your zipper's stuck and it's windy and you can't zipper it up, right? Next thing you know, you're trying to pull out a knife to cut it, and it's not worth the hassle. And usually, like buffs and gaiters are multi-purpose in terms of covering your neck, your head, your forehead, top of your head, and stuff like that, right? And generally, they're probably gonna be lighter because there's less material compared to a scarf.
I'll suggest that anyone living in a cold environment who's considering any sort of remote possibility about moving on foot or moving in cold weather as an extreme scenario, then they should go to someone who's experienced in cold weather clothing gear, because it, like we a couple of weeks ago, we was talking about passive survival, and the clothes should be able to keep you alive if you fall over unconscious and so on. So think in terms of critical items, proper clothing. Is just, and go to a shop that someone knows what they're talking about, not just a salesman or some kid who's just come out of school and he's been told, the selling spiel. Someone who knows what he's talking about. Proper survival instructor would be ideal. And they can advise you what sort of jackets, parkas, and stuff to go on. This is if you haven't got any experience in this sort of thing, because people can buy gear which they think, with all good intentions, is very good, but when it actually turns out, it's crap. And
that's another reason to actually try when you actually see the temperature fall. Like, for example, here, like, if I'm gonna try out like a down jacket or whatever, it's supposed to keep you really warm. Like, don't get me wrong, it probably will, but I'm gonna try this when it's actually -30, -40 to see when it actually needed the most, and just can even handle me just walking around for like 20 minutes. How warm it's gonna keep me feel. Because the thing about like clothing or whatever, heat's always escaping from your body in the wintertime, right? But the clothing, the jackets or whatever, hold back that heat. You want, because if you're cold within that 20-minute period, you're not gonna be able to handle 3 hours from that, 3 hours, 4 hours if you had to, or overnight, or if you fell unconscious, right? It's not gonna happen. At least if you know 20 minutes, you know 20 minutes. You know an hour, you know at least an hour, right? So at least you know it and not assume, right? Because
I mean, a good example would be when it comes to equipment is someone may be considering, okay, well, everyone carries a lighter with them. Anyway, you go out into the cold weather and you get out your lighter. It could be a big lighter or whatever, and you discover it doesn't work because it's too cold, because you haven't considered or taken any sort of advice as to what real fire lighting equipment you need. Because disposable lighters only work down to a certain temperature before they become ineffective.
Yeah.
As an example,
I mean, another thing is to consider is I have fire options, don't get me wrong, but I'm not gonna rely on them because there could be situations where it's extremely difficult, even with the best fire options available, right? Even with a flare. I mean, if everything's soaking wet from like freezing rain or wet snow, I can't find anything, everything's on the ground, I can't find anything up high. I mean, it's gonna be really challenging. Extreme, even with the best of the fire starters, like the Ferrocene brought a flare, right? Because the flare is only going to go so far, no matter, right? I mean, if everything's wet, everything's still wet. I mean, in my opinion, because you gotta dry it out. Yeah, because you gotta dry it out, then it'll start to burn. You gotta dry out wood before it burns.
Yeah, this is why you got to consider having proper clothing that will support you down to the
passiveness. Passive.
Exactly. And then on top of that, the only other way is to maintain your energy levels. So high energy foods to keep you moving, to keep your body warm.
Mm-hmm. Keep that metabolic energy going. Yeah.
A simple. Get a map out. People got to get a map out, look at the area, look at the routes, potential routes, and where they got to go, and look at the resources, natural resources around. If you're in a complete area where there's no trees, for instance, then that's a massive resource just gone out the window straight away.
Yeah.
So when you get to the extreme scenarios, you may even consider caches out, but that's pretty precarious. And then route selection. If you're anywhere near any sort of frozen lakes, how do you cross the lake? What are you going to do if someone falls through the lake? You're going to continue on cross-country skis, or you're going to switch to ice skates or snowshoes. And if someone goes through the ice, or you could be you're going from A to B completely on snowmobile if you're in these extremes.
Well,
but this is all these what I'm talking about here. It's specialist equipment. It's all right saying have cross country skis, but cross country skiing is quite a physical event. It's one of the most physical activities you can do, and some of the fittest people.
Because you're not going downhill.
Yeah, some of the fittest people in the world are cross-country skiers. So that's an art, a skill within itself. Snowmobiles, expensive equipment that you got to maintain, you got to have the fuel for, etc., etc.
I'm sorry,
no
preparedness
easy.
veteran. I don't have a dog sweat to help you out.
Yeah,
I don't have a group of dogs to help you out, right? Not a lot of people have that either.
Why are you on the Iditarod? Well, I'm practicing for bugging out.
Yeah.
Yeah. For anyone in colder, warmer climate, Iditarod is the snow dog race. It's the toughest race on earth, apparently. So yeah, specialist equipment requires specialist training, specialist care, specialist maintenance. Like I said, the easiest solution would be to jump in your vehicle and drive, but it's not going to be that viable in many circumstances.
Well, it could be as simple as you slipped off to the side and the axle's bent. You can't steer anymore. It keeps. You can't turn it from the right side to back to the center again. Something like that. It could be as simple as that, and then you got to go back on foot, unfortunately, because now if you chose to do that, right, instead of staying with the vehicle, I mean, you would have to make that judgment call, right? Is it better to stay with the vehicle or keep walking? You got to make that judgment call. No one can make that for you except for yourself when you're in that situation. Because there's variables like how far do I have to still travel? Is it how cold is it? Am I dressed for it? Do I have supplies in the vehicle that could get me by until morning? All right. Maybe you're just waiting until morning to go.
And this is we're all assuming here that it's a cold weather event that we're talking about here. We could be talking a disaster scenario in the cold weather. So if you're living next to the coast, let's say the west coast of America, for instance, or up at the Vancouver area, midwinter, and it's a really bad snowstorm, and all of a sudden you hear the tsunami warnings going off because there's been a major earthquake.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Oh,
so then you're in your bug out location already. You're thinking, hey, I'm sorted, I'm bugging in. However, you're not going to survive a tsunami in the danger zone if you're in the danger zone. So then you got to go then, and if you've got to go and it's midwinter in a blizzard, then this is the situation we're talking about. You see?
Wow, that'd be crazy.
But that it could be just a case of snow on the roads, and you've got to get out. That would be.
I mean, there was this freezing rain episode that happened in Quebec, back before the turn of the millennium. I mean, power was down too, right? Freezing rain, everything's ice. You gotta watch out for falling power lines or trees or whatever, right? Stuff like that, right? I guess it goes with, let's say, watch out for the widow makers or the natural or the artificial ones. All right, gotta watch out for that. Stuff like that could happen. Especially if there's still leaves on the trees, right? I mean, if there's still branches or whatever, right? It's possible. With wet snow too, right? It could cause it to sag and break suddenly on you.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's not a very nice scenario you picked there, Shadow.
No. I mean,
no, it's not. And the problem is, it's not talked about that much on other channels. I have never seen any channel talk about this before.
I mean, some people talk about winter gear or whatever, but they don't talk about actually being in it. Usually, it's like get home scenario, right? A get home scenario, or something like that. Which this would apply to also, right? Because a get home type of scenario, right? So if you have to get home big or whatever, having some, spare socks, just in case your feet get wet, an extra beanie or whatever, extra gloves or mitts, just in case you don't have access to your ones, or you drop them in the parking lot before you left. Like a dumbass, and then you just oh, I gotta be on foot. Oh, thank goodness I brought some extra gloves because apparently I dropped my arm once in the parking lot 2 hours ago. Whoops.
if you're in a situation where, right, we're going to jump in the vehicle and drive to a motel 100 miles away. So you will jump in the vehicle. 30 miles into the trip, you said this already, you slide off the road and the vehicle becomes inoperable. Everyone's driving past you, no one will help you.
Yeah.
This is why you've got to have a layered system approach and a backup plan. You've then got to consider, I'm going on foot now, or I'm going on skis and then foot or whatever. Bicycles, just forget it.
Yeah, unless you got studded, even with studded tires, if the snow's deep enough, because I've biked in the winter before. There's two factors. It's not the cold, it's the ice and the snow. Because the deeper the snow is, you can't go through it because it's always ice. You're sliding out, so you're not going anywhere, right? If it's just cold, and the road's clear, yeah, you can bike that. Don't get me wrong, right? Because I've done it.
This is back to specialist equipment again. No one's really going to have that because it's expensive and it's got to be looked after and so on. You could be living on an island, a small island, when you have to leave, and if you're leaving in the winter time, because something's about to happen, you've got to cross treacherous waters in a boat. That's a whole other ball game to consider.
Well, you know what? If you have the money and whatever in that gear, you can always have a wetsuit. But that's specialty equipment, right? Not everyone has a wetsuit.
A wetsuit. I wouldn't even have a wetsuit in the summer. I'd go for a dry
But
suit.
I'm just saying, all right? Saying, all right?
Yeah.
Not everyone would have that.
You should more consider a dry suit.
Yeah.
Rather than a wetsuit.
Yeah, that's why I just said, yeah, definitely wetsuit, even in the summertime.
Yeah.
But I think
Hey, Mrs. Sanellan, nice me. Good to see you.
I think something like keeping your gear dry and warm is like the clothes, the lighter that you have, the water filter, right? Because if you're dry in the cold and your things are warm, you're still in good shape. As soon as it starts getting wet, too cold, lighter's not working, right? Your water filter, you've exposed it to water because you had to use it because you didn't have a backup option or whatever, and now it froze. Now you can't use that because you can't trust that, and it just goes downhill, right? Because it just goes downhill real fast.
I'll tell you what, in a cold environment, it's easy to spot the people who haven't got their personal administration in order, because they're the ones that succumb first. They're the ones who become lax at doing X, Y, and Z. They leave things out. Their kit gradually goes downhill, then they go downhill, and their body goes downhill, and so on.
Yeah.
Someone's made a good point there in the comments there. I'll just go back. Iron Fire Horse. My vehicle's packed for winter year round. I may not come home after camping one of these times. Anyway, the point is, it keeps, if the winter's coming up, then you have some sort of pre-packed gear in your car. Even if your car isn't part of your bug out plan, because you might be out in your car as a routine trip and an event suddenly hits you in the winter, at least you got some sort of some sort of backup gear in your car to get you home.
Christmas time, you're going on not vacation, but you're visiting relatives or whatever, someone nearby or whatever, and that's a very common thing, right? During the wintertime, people do travel still, right? People visit people during Christmas time or whatever holiday season. It is a very common thing. All right.
Yeah, and it's amazing
having something in your vehicle could make or break it.
Exactly.
Sleeping bag, for example, right? Sleeping bag, blankets,
Yep.
Like, for example, it could be as simple as, oh, my heater stopped working in my vehicle. Thank goodness I have these spare blankets as a sleeping bag. Now I don't have to be cold in the vehicle, like the vehicle's still running, right? But you just don't have any heat. It would be nice to know. Oh, hey, I got some a hand warmer, some body warmers, a blanket, right? Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, extra change of
Right.
clothing, puffer jacket,
Yeah,
hot
it might that
drinks,
it could be as simple as that. That makes
high
it
energy
worth
food.
having. Yeah, that makes it worth carrying it in the first place, right? You'd be grateful for that. You
Yeah,
don't
there's
have to.
loads of
It's cold. Oh, it's cold.
the
I still
actual
have to drive 8 hours.
the actual gear to select what to pack is so widespread nowadays. You just got to Google it, and someone will tell you advice as to what to take and so on. But it's amazing how many people get into their vehicle in the winter time, and they get in a nice warm vehicle and they think that's it. You know, they're nice and comfortable. They just don't consider what's going to happen if they break down. Yeah, every year in Britain, as soon as a snowflake touches the floor, the roads clog up and people abandon their vehicles. It's unbelievable when you see people walking down the side of the road or trying to get alternate transporting or get a hotel and stuff like that, and they're dressed like in like summertime. I mean, today I went out and what was today? There was ice on the snow, ice on the ground this morning, and all day it was about 5 degrees C, plus 5 degrees C, with a
That's
cool
about
wind.
45 Fahrenheit. About
Yeah, with a cool
45 to
wind.
40 Fahrenheit. Yeah.
So with the wind, it felt quite nippy. There were still people out wearing shorts and jacket. And the only reason why they were wearing shorts is because they wanted to show off their leg tattoos because they spent thousands of pounds on tattoos on their legs. You know.
Oh,
This is
okay.
this is the sort of mentality you've got these days. People just do not think and plan ahead.
Well,
I agree with you about that.
Just to jump on that, I've seen someone before. I haven't seen them for a while. They were an older person, right? They could handle the cold. Some people can handle the cold better, right? I've seen people actually shovel the snow in shorts, right? However, with all that said, or like they generate more body heat. With all that said, we all have our tolerances to both heat and cold. There's a certain limit that eventually you're gonna have to put on something, or eventually, or in the summer you're eventually gonna have to cool down or drink water.
Yeah.
You just have your tolerances, right?
Yeah, we've
But
all got
I
our
think
biological
people,
limitations.
yeah, let's just say you can handle minus 15 even without gloves, right? Well, what happens when it gets colder, right? Because I know someone who I actually had to give gloves and a toque and everything too because they can handle, let's say, minus 10, minus 15 even without gloves. Hands are in pockets, whatever, right? Well, it's
Yeah.
minus 30. They start to feel that frostbite. It hurts.
Yeah.
Like I've seen them deal with like when you're trying to warm back up and you got frostbite or whatever, because I've experienced it. It sucks because you're in pain. It's just like that. It bites. There's a reason why they call it frostbite in the first place because it hurts when you're trying to thaw it back out. When you're back inside, and people are trying to like, oh, give me a minute, a couple of minutes to see her. And we're already inside, right? They actually have frostbite. And the longer you've been cold, the longer it takes to warm back up.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of deal, right? That's why that kind of cold to the bone or chilled to the bone, right? There's a reason why people say that because literally your bones are cold, and it takes longer for you to warm back up. Your muscles and everything to warm back up.
Yeah.
So take winter seriously. Trust me, it sucks when you don't. It sucks.
Yeah, I mean, acclimatization. We used to, the British Army every now and every winter they deploy to Norway as part of Arctic and winter survival training and cold weather training. It's normally the Marines who have a big part to play in this, and they for the 3 months previous to that, in the colder months, they all walk around in shirts with their sleeves rolled up to acclimatize and gradually get accustomed to the cold. So it does take, it's not like acclimatization to the heat, which normally takes about 14-ish days if you're fit. It takes a lot longer. But like you said, there's a biological limitation as to what the human body can take before it starts to succumb to cold loss, and depending on your fat stores and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I'm actually standing outside.
Right.
I'm actually standing outside. It's sunny, but it's windy, and it's probably just above freezing. So I'm trying to get more used to this because I know this is actually really nice weather right now for this time of year, but I know it could be colder. So I don't want to get too used to being inside and warm because I know eventually I have to come back outside and shovel the snow in time.
Yeah.
Hopefully not till
Yeah,
next year.
It's pretty grim if you're going to have to walk with your family and kids and pets. If you're going to take the pets along an icy cold road in the middle of the night in snow and sub-zero temperatures.
It could just be as simple as, hey, I gotta walk a kilometer or two, or something. Let's say within 1 hour walking, just to get fuel or something like that. You broke down or something like that. It could be as simple as that, where the gear like clothing and stuff would help.
And even it doesn't have to be snowy conditions either. It could be winter, but it just could be
just cold, windy.
Rain and wind.
Yeah,
that will
and
get
that'll
you,
sap the heat away from you real fast.
Yeah. So I mean, it's really worth people, and if someone out there is listening to this video who doesn't know where to start or anything like that, speak to someone who knows. Seek help. There's plenty of advice on the internet, and I'd suggest you get a map out. And there's also plenty of videos out there on bugging out and emergency evacuation and route selections and that sort of thing. Get a map out. Think about what you're going to do. Formulate some sort of plan. It's better than no plan. And then it's a good starting point. And then slowly you can start to gear up.
Yeah,
get your family involved.
I would start with the clothing to cover the shelter elements, the passive elements first, right? You know?
And then
a lighter anyone can acquire, or matches or whatever. But a lighter and a match ain't gonna keep you warm if you can't start it. Or there's not enough fuel to keep it going. All right.
But can also consider mobility issues as well. What are you going to do if you do have to go on foot? Let's say you're taking out the equation and it's just your wife and kids, for instance. Go through the scenarios and think about it. It doesn't take long. I mean, you could do this every weekend and then come up with some sort of plan to buy things and budget it out. And suggest you do this in the springtime because you've just had your previous winter. That's on your mind. You've just gone through a winter, so you know what you've experienced. And then you've got all the spring, all the summer, and all the autumn to buy the gear and consider it, when it's cheaper.
Try it out and all that stuff.
Try it out, yeah.
Yeah, right. And get used to, this actually does help.
Being all comes down to your number one prep, which is your body being physically fit to actually self-rescue yourself, pull your own body weight out of water, pull your own body weight out of harm's way, self-rescue yourself.
Walk in the snow.
You've got to have strength for that. And keeping fit not only helps your cardiovascular system be more robust, but it also, if you're regular walking, you're also strengthening your tendons, ligaments, knees, joints, all this sort of stuff, and it gives you more resistance to injury. If you overstretch, take an extra little slip here or an extra little slip there. If you're not as fit or flexible or used to walking, then maybe that little slip or twist, maybe that's the thing that will stop you walking even further.
Oh yeah, because here in Canada, especially, I've heard of stories and seen things where people slip. Right, I remember my friend's mom, right outside her place, she slipped on ice, broke her leg. Now, just imagine if you were leaving for something important or an emergency. That would be not the way to start the adventure. I mean, the trip. That's not the way to start, right? Because that would just be awful, right? That could take you out of the game right away, right? Because now you're less able, right? You're less mobile, right? And now you're going to depend on Now you're injured, fighting pain and all this stuff. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Better to prevent it, right? Prevent.
It could be as simple as you overstep or you put a foot wrong, your foot slips slightly, you overstride, and it's just pulled a muscle or pulled a tendon or ligament or ripped it, and that will stop you walking.
Yeah.
And you like you just said, your situation.
Oops! I slipped on this bag that was underneath the snow.
Yeah, and your situation
I've
just
done
gone
that.
real
I've
bad
done that
now.
before. I've done that before. I'm like walking along like a grass area. I'm like, I don't see any ice, but there's a bag that I didn't notice because it's white, and I slipped a little. I'm like, whew, that was close. Glad I didn't do something serious, right? Because it could happen, right? It could happen, especially considering how if it's windy out, things are blowing everywhere, right? I mean,
Well, it probably will happen. Not necessarily to you, but your wife, your kids, your friend, whoever's with you, could quite easily, especially in the dark.
Mhm.
Yeah.
With drifting snow and all that stuff, right? Snow cover and all that stuff. It's like, ooh, that's
Or if
nice.
it's slushy outside, you slip over and you just got all your trousers wet.
Yeah, now you're wet and it's
Yeah.
windy and it's cold.
Yeah.
Because I always feel like when you're any part that's cold, that's all you're thinking about. It's just like, oh, my legs wet, or my feet are wet, or my hands are cold, right? That's all I think about. Even though your core body temperature or chest is nice and warm, right? So
Yeah.
that's all I think about.
And your wife's starting to, get frustrated because you're not there yet. And the kids are saying, "Are we there yet?" And how far? And they're starting to go downhill, and people's getting blisters. And
Yeah. Well, because the morale
nightmare.
starts to go down, right? Because now it's just like, oh, I just want to get into the warmth. I wish I was dry. I wish I had. All right.
Yeah.
But if you're comfortable, warm, comfortable, still going, still able to move, your morale's gonna be quite high still, right? But as soon as it starts going down, it's just like then it's like you might start rushing it or start running or whatever, right? And then it's like, oops, I just tripped because I started to run and I didn't see that. Oops.
And when you combine all these together,
it's just bad recipe.
You're from your gear selection to your fitness to your training to everything we've spoken about, planning, route selection, on foot. As we go back to one of our opening sort of statements, even the fittest people who are used to these conditions will have a tough time on this. So
Yeah.
if anyone thinks they can walk out in the middle of winter in snowy conditions with their family, I don't think it's going to happen, really.
Yeah, I mean, like, even for me, it's just like I'll be like, yeah, I'm cold, but my hands kind of cold, but it's still doable. I could still do this. All right.
Yeah, but for the sort of alpha male of the group, and on your own and stuff like that, probably you do it, you endure it, like you say, but not with your wife and kids. It's going to
Yeah.
explaining to your kid that you're going to have to leave the dog behind because it's not going to make it, or we can't afford to take it. We haven't got the food for it.
Yeah.
It's little things like that which is going to complicate things. And come on, I'll carry the dog, and yeah.
Well, maybe you'll have a sled to carry the dog.
Well, you can have a pulk, yeah, I suppose, a sled or something.
Yeah, I know some
Yeah,
people. I know some people have like a sled and stuff like that. I think Hoople's cat has a sled. He uses that in some of his stuff that he's done in the winter time.
Yeah.
So, but that's
Shadow?
assuming there's enough snow on the ground. It could just be cold or freezing rain or whatever, right? There might not even be enough snow yet.
And even things like a pulk or a sled, they're not exactly the easiest things to control.
Yeah.
It might be seem like a good thing on the flat and on a nice road. You come to any sort of incline, you're traversing a hill, then you're going to have someone at the back of it who with some bit of rope or string controlling it for you and stopping it running away from you and this sort of stuff. And it's energy sapping as well. It's just
Yeah.
Well, it's not just that. If you slip while going up or downhill with a sled, you're probably sliding down a bit.
it's like if you ever go skiing on a regular ski slope and you see someone who gets injured and the ski patrol comes along, they put the guy or the girl in one of these lion baskets, and on the way down, the front guy snow plows to keep speed down, and you also got a guy at the back controlling the descent of the aspects of the. He's like a second brake, but he also controls the casualty from slipping left or right and rolling down the hill, becoming a further casualty.
That would be a nightmare if that happened.
Because if you halfway through your bug out routes on skis, for instance, you get an injured member who breaks the leg. Oh God, there you go.
Well,
Yeah,
because
that would
it's
be
not slow
horrible.
down your whole group or yourself, right? It's just not slow everything down.
Yeah, I mean,
It takes that much longer to reach your destination now.
Yep.
So
If it's your wife,
avoiding injury is probably one of the higher things. Keeping warm, honestly, but don't prevent injuries because it's not slow you down.
if it's your wife, some people might leave her there. But if it's your kids, you may not want to leave them there. But either way, you're not going to leave anyone there here. So you're going to have to sort of factor in casualty, some sort of casualty movement and extraction as well. It's just
injuries that might happen.
It's just a complete nightmare scenario from the beginning, and I'd suggest less than 5% of people who are bugging out on foot or on skis like that are going to make it in their sort of conditions. Yeah, that's a nightmare. You've got to really. Go on.
But on the other hand, if you have a sled, you can carry more gear with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you got a sled, then you can have a better tent, better sleeping system. You might even have a tent stove, more rations, and
you might even have firewood.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you might not even have firewood that you cover with a tarp to keep it dry, right? That you sourced out on your way.
But again, specialist equipment, specialist training, specialist maintenance, and so on,
and cost of the gear itself.
Well, yeah, above all cost, because everything nowadays is getting expensive.
Yeah, I mean,
but for a one-off, unless you're living in these places where it regularly snows every year to the -16 and below.
That's 0 Fahrenheit, by the way, everyone else. In the US, that's 0 Fahrenheit.
Unless you're in those conditions, I'd suggest that people's mindset wouldn't be on that. You're just tossing up a coin in a series of probabilities. Then, how far into your preparedness budget are you prepared to spend on something? The priority list for that event will be going down. You'll be more likely to prepare for other events, other weather events, or so on like that.
Yeah, like the heat, a hurricane, amongst those things, all right? Then you are more likely to see that.
Yeah, if you're in a position of second star survival who's in Texas, your priorities would be, it's happened before, you're going to think about it again. But up the priority list, yeah, maybe not. It's something to consider and have some sort of contingency for. But if you're in a place like where you are or Shadow is, where you do see snow every year, then it's a different story. Then you will have time.
Yeah, I think
and
in
money
terms
to
of
invest.
in terms of preparedness, always prepare for the things that are extremely likely to happen. Especially for me, it's going to be the winter here. For second star, it might be a hurricane flooding type of scenario, right? Heat, way more likely to happen than this Texas freeze or whatever, snow and puddles, whatever you want to call it, right? It might be on the back burner. You might have additional supplies, that are adequate enough, right? It's just like, I don't have snow pants like you, Sierra, but I can put on a second pair of pants if I need to. I have a warmer jacket if need to.
Iron Firehorse says, I have 2 bags of wood and 1 of kindling under the floor of my van for emergency. It's illegal to burn wood. Huh? Not bought where it's burnt because of invasive species, right?
Mm.
Yeah, but in emergency, I'm sure it'll be okay. Well, yeah, in emergency, life or death, everything goes out the window. Preservation of life is number 1. So,
Yeah,
that's number 1 priority.
yeah.
Yeah.
Shelter, fire, water, food.
Yeah.
well, controlling your core body temperature, either preventing or mitigating hyper or hypothermia, right? Above body or below body temperature, right?
Hey, Shawnee.
That's
Good to see you.
that's usually one of the first things. One of the first things, right?
Oh, yeah.
Usually one
Yeah.
of the first things, right? In most situations.
That's what it all gears around, isn't it? The preservation of core body temperature.
Hi, Shawnee.
You lose that, that's it. You're gone.
Yeah, that's number 1, right? Then also there's water, food, and security aspects, right? Those tend to be secondary after your core body temperature, because if you're not warm or cool, depending on the situation, everything else just goes downhill.
Yeah, a good thing to watch if anyone likes watching stuff for sort of training ideas and stuff like that is a program called Fat Guys in the Woods with
Creek Stewart.
Creek Stewart. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I've seen the episodes.
The reason why I tell people to
I'm not
look at
familiar
that.
with that one.
You never seen that? You never seen that?
Right, it's called Fat Guys in the Woods, and it's Creek Stewart.
Yeah.
The reason why it's a good thing to watch is because he breaks things down in a real simplistic way. And the key sort of phrase to take away from that is shelter, fire, water, food. Those are the priorities that he discusses, and he's in the I think it's the Ozarks, Smoky Mountain National Park area. He goes to a variety of places, but anyway, he gets these 4 or 5 fat guys who've never been out in the woods.
Usually it's 3.
3, is it?
Yeah.
Never been out in the woods at all before, and they've got some sort of issues in life. Takes them out there, and he sort of breaks down the priorities of life, so to speak. He strips back what life is, and he does it in a way. He does it through survival. So he puts them in this tough scenario. And they've got minimal equipment. They basically just have a knife, really, and he basically,
on the back.
yeah. So what he does is he puts them in this scenario to demonstrate that no matter what's happening in life, your priorities come down to 4 things. So forget your financial worries, forget your health issue, whatever's going on in life. Your priorities really, it comes down to the sort of the caveman thing inside you, is shelter, fire, water, and food. And he demonstrates in each one a different way of building a shelter from nothing, how to start a fire from nothing, getting water, purifying it, and some sort of food procurement. And it's a simplistic program. It's 30 minutes long, but it's a good watch, and it's a good to get someone in the mindset of basic survival in the outdoors. And that's it, really. That's as far as it goes.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to get out there beyond that sort of stepping stone to practicing, getting the gear, getting proper instruction, because watching a video only goes so far.
Yeah, you can only learn so much from those. I mean, like, realistically, you're probably sitting on the couch watching it. You're not actually outside watching it at the same time. Or like me, standing outside while being on the panel for some reason.
Well, so there's not many places that will offer free survival training. You get the military, you got various government agencies like
Or
Coast
locations
Guard,
to
for
go to.
instance,
Right.
or locations to go to have the opportunities to do it.
Yeah, not everyone can
And,
get into the woods all the time, right? Or travel, right? Some people actually have to travel, right?
Yeah,
It's not walking distance.
A lot of people fall by the wayside because they get geared up, they get the advice from whatever store they bought it in, and they've got some idea in their head what they're going to do. They might go on a hunting trip or something like this, whatever. But many people fall into difficulty because it's a sequence of small errors that build up into this big scenario where they're then plunged into a survival situation. And they're stuck. They're out in the woods. And then, have they had formal, proper survival instruction from a decent instructor who knows what he's talking about? Not many people have, really. And because buy-in training is expensive unless you get it through some sort of government agency, through the Forest Service or whatever. But
yeah, the hands-on training, like they're right beside you.
Yeah, in the basics,
books and video only go so far, right? Book knowledge and all that stuff only goes so far. Still have to get the dirt time, as they say, right?
And if I was to recommend any sort of survival instruction training for cold wilderness areas, I would recommend Bruce Zawalski, and he does specific courses for survival. They range from 3 days plus. He even does classroom stuff from navigation all the way through to firelighting, how to properly light fires, how to properly strike a match, for instance, how to properly use a lighter, all this sort of basic stuff that people take for granted, but they don't really know the intricacies of lighting a fire or this sort
I
of
get
thing.
what you mean. What you do? Oh, I dropped the lighter in the snow or in the water. What do you do? Right?
It's amazing how many
happens.
Yeah,
and it can happen. By
it's
the way,
amazing how many people. Yeah, exactly.
How do I warm up the lighter?
Think...
my lighter's cold. How do I warm it back up? Right?
Fire lighting, for example, it's amazing how many people think it's easy to light a fire in the forest.
It's not that easy as people think it
with
is.
Modern day conveniences like matches, flares, lighters, right? Even with a kerosene rod, right? I mean, like there is preparation.
It's easy to get the fire started. You get a small flame going, but it's getting the small flame into a bigger, proper, substantial fire.
Where it'll go for like 20 minutes on its own, where you can gather more fuel for it, right? Where it can sustain itself for a longer period of time, so you can do other tasks, whatever it is, get water, hunt, whatever, fish, whatever. Build your shelter.
I'll plug Bruce again, Bruce Zawalski. I'll put a link on his website here. He's got he's got a book out, and I've got to say, it's probably the best book I've ever read and come across for the boreal wilderness survival. Hands down, it's it's full of pictures there. It's simple, real equipment, real gear, no elaborate stuff. He talks about survival knives. What's a survival knife? A survival knife isn't a knife that costs $200-300 plus. That's just useless. It's a waste of time. Survival knife is like a $10 to $15, $20 knife. This is the sort of thing he talks about. Like a basic Mora, the size of it and
stuff.
It's nice
that you actually have on you in the situation.
well, yeah, that. But he's indicating that that buying a $300-400 knife is pointless. It's not a realistic investment. So, and I'll put the link to his website here. And if you want to get the book is outstanding. 10 out of 10. Easy. Let's have a look.
So, yeah, that would be a good idea, Shawnee. Put the sleeping bag back in. And it's just like putting, especially now would be a good time to put the sleeping bags or the blankets in, all right? Just in case. Like I said earlier,
Yeah,
what
I
happens
agree
if
with
your
that.
heater, if your heater stops working, you're gonna be thankful you got that sleeping bag just to even cover your legs or just to, right? Like your vehicle could still be running, you just don't have the heater for some reason, you know. And you know, remember, it's a mechanical thing or moving parts, right? So that could fail, and hopefully it doesn't fail when it's like really cold, right? You'll be glad you have those blankets or stuff like that. At least you can stay warm and stuff like that. You're not shivering trying to drive or something like that. Lose dexterity in your hands and stuff like that while you're driving, probably not a good thing.
Yeah, I can't recommend him enough. For Real Wilderness Institute, he was involved with Morse Kachansky. So that's the level of knowledge and expertise we're talking about here. So I'm going to. I've got 5 minutes left before I disappear.
Oh, don't
Yeah.
worry. I have
Don't
more
worry.
to say too.
As always, CR, as always.
So any more?
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
me?
I can hear.
I just plugged it. I just put it back in my headset. And I had to charge it. I probably sound different.
Any
But
more questions?
yeah.
Any more questions, ideas, or people want to throw in there? I know Shawnee says there, I keep a fluorescent vest in the van to put on if I need to walk around the van in the area when I need to be seen. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've got the same. Put a fluorescent vest in there because if you come across an accident or you're involved in an accident, you know, you want to be seen.
Yeah, you want
Definitely.
to make sure that everyone's aware of the situation, right? Because it does happen. I mean, there's videos out there that you can see people. There's been accidents further ahead, and people aren't slowing down. Like, why aren't people slowing down and all this stuff, right? Because they're assuming it's like, it's not so bad. It's probably nothing. It's probably one person on the side of the road, right? But they don't
Okay,
realize
that's
there's a
all
bunch of
sounds
ice
Shawnee.
in front of. There's a bunch of black ice in front of. I've seen videos like that. I mean, like, even here in Canada, it was actually here in Canada that it happened, right? So, you know,
Yeah.
just because you live here in Canada doesn't always mean that you know everything about winter here.
And Shawnee's got a good point there. I purchased a bag of hot hands, those hand warmer packets. Got those in the van now. That's a good idea. If you're in a vehicle, then space and weight isn't that much of an problem, especially weight. So if you can fit it in, throw it in. Fine. You know, it's not going to cost anything extra. You're not going to carry it around personally. You know, so if it's there, it's there. If it isn't, good luck.
Oh, another thing I think would be a good option is to keep some sort of like knee pants, tarp, something. So, for example, changing your tire. Obviously, it's one of those things, right? Well, you gotta get down, right? If your legs or knees are contact directly to the snow or the cold ground, your legs are gonna start getting cold. And remember, changing your tire, you have to do that for like at least 5 minutes. You know?
Yeah.
It would be nice to keep your legs warm, right? Get them off the ground. Just keep your legs from getting wet, your knees from getting wet because they're on the snow.
Yeah.
Through like a seating pad or a yoga pad, whatever, a tarp or whatever, something along the lines of that. It could be a piece of foam or whatever, right? I know some people
Yeah,
keep
and some knee pads.
something like that, right?
Go a step beyond that and teach your kids and wife how to change the tire because you may not be in a position to change it. You might be injured as well.
Yeah.
Or unconscious. You could be unconscious.
Yeah.
Something like that, right? And teaching them, okay, you gotta go from one bolt to the opposite side, tighten it up. Well, after you changed it, right?
Good. One more thing before I disappear. A good device to have in a vehicle is one of these battery starter packs. They weigh quite a bit, and they've got sort of jumper cables on them. They've got a torch on them. Some of them have got radios. Some have got USB outputs on them. And also they have tire inflators built into them as well. But if anyone's out there's got a van, these just be aware these little electric tire inflators. Some of them, even though they read on the gauge 120 psi, I've tried that on my van, which takes 65 psi at the back, and it will not go above. It will not get the tires to that psi. So test your electric tire inflators out if you got one.
And by the way, a car jack and stuff like that may be useful too.
Basics, yeah. Your car breakdown kit should all have it. Warning triangle, lights,
especially with the car jacks.
Basic jacks.
Yeah, because you want to elevate your tire off the ground, because if you're trying to inflate it, if it's on the ground, well, the wind getting pushed out, right? And you're just defeating the purpose.
You make sure you wash your bottles full up. Basic first line vehicle maintenance. Yeah,
because it's your mode of transportation. If it goes down, you're on foot then, right? The idea is to hopefully not have to go on foot. Yeah. Utilize that other stuff, right? Keep the vehicle going. Like even for Haven would say, keep the most important thing for him, in his opinion, is tires, because they can't tap the ground, right?
Yep.
If they go out, you ain't going anywhere. No tires, or you slide out, or your axle bends that you can't turn back to straighten out. You ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to lower the tire pressures either. So anyway, I've got to disappear. I'm just going to watch your other video, Shadow. Watch it all. Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I'll send you a message anyway. So anyway, that's it for me, folks.
Please do.
Take care, PV.
I'll catch you all later. All right. See you later, folks.
Yeah, we'll catch you later.
See ya.
See you later.
Okay, everyone, you're stuck with me now. No. Just kidding. But yeah.
I am Fire Horse because she has 2 battery jumper kits and a tire inflator that works pretty good. Not sure how it would do filling a totally deflated tire.
Well, you may want to try that out before it gets too bad. We're in a control area where you can just, pump it back up with, because you're at home, right? Just so you know the limitations of the gear. I think that's because you don't want to assume it's just like the winter clothing gear. Don't assume it's going to keep you warm. Actually, no, it's going to keep you warm for a significant amount of time. Because I think one of the things that happens is that you get, you're assuming or you're guessing it should work versus.
Yeah, that is a big mistake, actually.
Yeah.
That work as you think it should, but it does not work as you thought it would. So
because you didn't actually try it out beforehand fully.
Exactly.
Because I've seen people try out generators. It's like, oh, there's something wrong with this, and now they're without power because they forgot to try. If they tried that the day before, they wouldn't have known that, or something like that. Or like with Iron Fireworks, right? That way, you tried it at least once, so it should work. From previous experience or previous tests, right? And hopefully it would actually do it. Right? Versus, I've never tried this out. This is the first time, right? I hope this works, right? Instead of hoping, at least you have a little bit more to go on. It's just like the winter stuff, like the winter gear, like clothing and stuff like that, right? Some people have inadequate winter gear in terms of clothing. I've seen them with one of my friends, by the way. One of the first things here in Canada, like if I met someone that just moved into Canada or they're going to experience their first winter, I'd say winter gear in terms of clothing, right? Because they can get, I say for here, I'm like, it is possible to get down to -30, -40 here. Now, most of the time, the window doesn't last that long, maybe 1-2 weeks at the most. Then it comes back up to that, 0 Fahrenheit -17 mark, right? Where it's less cold, right? But it can happen, and to be aware that it does happen here, right? It's not outside that possibility of, oh, it doesn't happen. It probably will happen. Hopefully, maybe it'll just be a couple days, a day or so, but it could be longer, right? To be aware of that.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, I mean, I've seen people with inadequate winter clothing, cold winter clothing, you know,
Yeah.
because you know they're dressed more for fashion than for function, right? Stuff like that. This is why I'm not a big fan of scarves anymore. I used to wear them when I was younger, but then functionality in terms of, oh, the tassels got stuck in my zipper or something like that. You know, and this other thing about like you gotta tie them. That's why I'm more of a fan of buffs now. Almost to the point that I'm actually Shadow, and for everyone here, one of the things I'm working on is actually making a buff, but using material or something that's similar to a scarf. So it has it's
Yeah.
warmer. It's just as warm as the scarf. Yeah. I don't have to worry about it getting stuck between zippers or whatever, right? Because that's not great. When it gets stuck between the zipper and your zipper's all the way down, now you have this big open area around your chest in terms of like the wind can get through and stuff like that. And then you're
Yeah,
just like trying
exactly.
to fight it in the winter and it's like and you just trying and you know, and to be honest, you don't want to be like, oh, I tried so hard and I broke the zipper trying it so hard or whatever and broke the zipper or broke the pole thing and it's just like great, now I gotta like use the buttons or put my hands around my chest so you know to keep it closed, the opening closed, and now I gotta walk like this until you get back home or whatever. Yeah, that's why I've gone away from scarves personally, in my opinion. Scarves are, don't get me wrong, scarves can keep you warm, but I feel like they're more fashion than function at times. Because I've seen, Shadow, one of the things I did before this stream started, like after I talked to you earlier in the day, I actually started to watch these videos about winter gear. And some people say about scarves, but usually it's like, function, I mean, fashion over function. Rarely did I see videos that said about buffs, gaiters, and stuff like that, neck warmer, you know, that kind of stuff, right? Because those are multifunctional too. You can layer them and stuff like that. Hmm. Okay. Okay.
I have seen people
Yeah. I just read that
here
too.
in Sweden and when they are going somewhere, I have seen them and basically they are dressed up. They have a short jacket. It's not a summer jacket or anything like that. It's a winter jacket, but not that warm. And they have
Yeah.
short skirt and everything and high heels. I can
Business
imagine
attire.
how that it would be if they get
Business.
some problems.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, it could be business attire. They're going out to the bar. They're going out to a nightclub. They're going out to an event, right? Yeah, I get that. You dress more formal, right? I get that. But everyone, if you're cold, you're probably not complain about it. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And stuff like that. Like, I've seen someone, I know someone who wore garden gloves in the wintertime because they did not have gloves. I actually gave them some spare gloves that could fit them, right? So, because it's much
Yeah.
more, I'm like, this will be much, much warmer than those garden gloves, right? Like, don't get me wrong, the Golden Gloves probably helped a little, but these gloves I gave them were kind of more meant for wintertime. Not just. It's like the difference between a pre-season type of sleeping bag compared to a winter sleeping bag, right? There's a difference. This will keep you much, much warmer in comparison.
Yeah, at least in my area, the temperature can go down at least to minus 28, minus 30.
That's minus 22 Fahrenheit. Minus 30 Celsius is minus 22 Fahrenheit, by the way. Everyone.
Yeah.
So, to be aware about that. Because I usually, Shadow and everyone here on the side chat, I usually have this range where, okay, between 50 Fahrenheit, 10 Celsius to minus 10, within that range, right? Within that range, precipitation like rain, sleet, freezing rain, it can happen, because especially around the freezing point, right? Things can fluctuate so easily, right? You know, it could be raining, then it starts to fall as snow or whatever, right? If you're wet, it sucks. Now, obviously, generally, if it's below freezing, it's going probably to fall as snow. But the next thing you gotta consider is, okay, now it's getting cold, it's colder out, the wind can pick up, right? So between minus 5, minus 520 Fahrenheit range to 0 Fahrenheit, minus 17, I consider, okay, I might need some extra layers on. An extra layer.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe a better jacket, a warmer jacket, where, you know, a hoodie won't cut it, right? And anything below minus 20, to minus 40, I'll start considering wearing, like, okay, I'm gonna wear like 4 layers, 3 or 4 layers at least, right? Because like I said, I've seen people complain about the cold, and I was actually with them at this time, right? I've seen people way underdressed for the weather conditions and for how long they're outside, or exposure, right? To set the cold. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know, in the difference, because sometimes I'll be like, dude, just put on the gloves, just put on the hat, man. I don't care if it's pink.
Yeah.
I'm not the judge you because of that. It's cold outside. I'm with you right now, right? I'm wearing a hat. I would wear it even if it was pink, right? This is one of the things I'm always saying, like, all the time, right? I mean, if you're cold, you have no gloves, or you lost your glove, and you find a glove color that you don't like, it's not your style or whatever, put it on, because it's going to keep you warm. Function over fashion in that situation, right? For example, right? That's one thing to keep in mind, right? Because sometimes people are like, well, they look nice, but they're cold. You know, or something like that. And then they start complaining about it, right? I'm like, yeah, okay, here's something to help you out. So you stop complaining about it, right?
Yeah.
Like, even for me right now, you know, it's not that bad outside, but I've been outside for a while. This is where, remember what I said earlier, when you're outside, if it's below, especially if it's below freezing, or even just above freezing or lower, and it's actually faster the colder it is, heat's always leaving your body all the time. Heat always radiates out from you. The clothing that we wear, the shelter elements, right? Our homes and all this stuff, they hold back the heat. And this is not assuming you have, like, external heat sources like hand warmers, central heating, a fire, or even solar energy like the sun, right? Because obviously, if you're in the sun, you can actually feel a little bit warmer. But this is why having adequate clothing is important, in my opinion, about winter time, because it's passive, right? It doesn't rely on fuel sources like a fire or even hot warmers, right? Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, I probably would have them too, right? But I don't want to have to rely on them if I don't have to yet, just in case if it got worse or I'm staying out longer, I can still dip into them, right? Because once you, especially with single-use hand warmers, right? Once you use them, even if they can go for 8 hours, after 8 hours, then what? You want to have solid shelter components that keep you passively warm all the time, or at least can hold back the heat. If that makes any
Yeah.
sense, right? It's just like
Yeah,
in a
that
home,
makes sense.
like in a home or whatever here in Canada, a lot of more people are like insulating their homes better, triple pane windows and all this stuff, make it more efficient, right? Right? The
Yeah.
clothing makes your body heat more efficient because it holds it back longer, right? Or as people say, hey, I'm not trying to heat the outside here. Close the door. Right? And stuff like that.
The colder it is, the more comfortable it gets. It's really insidious.
But like I said earlier, everyone has a range, a tolerance range to heat and cold. And they
I have
discovered
I have low tolerance or resistance when it comes to heat, but I have higher resistance to cold.
yeah, I mean, I have my tolerances too, but I also know my upper limits to it. Right? There's a limit where it's
Yeah.
the heat or the cold sun start to affect you too.
Hey, Huga. Hey, CB. Good to see you, man.
Hi, Hugo. Nice to see you. But yeah, understanding your tolerances and how your body reacts to it, and what your body does to show you that it's overheating or getting too cold. So even if you can tolerate the cold, if you start shivering, well, maybe that's the time to realize that you need to warm up, or put on some extra clothes, or start a campfire, or warm back up, use that hand warmer or whatever, especially if you have to keep going. Like during the summer or whatever, right? If you're starting to get a headache, that's probably one of the signs of dehydration, like heat exhaustion, right? Understanding that, right? I've gone through.
JB
I had
Blood,
a
good
taste.
to see you, man.
I've had a taste of it, right? It's just like having a taste of like frostbite, understanding in that shivering aspect, right?
Yeah.
Because your
Yeah.
body's telling you that, hey, I'm getting overheated, I'm getting too cold. Please do something, or else it's gonna go downhill, right? Because it starts to affect your head, your frame of mind, right? Because now you're shivering uncontrollably, or you're not sweating anymore, right? You're getting that heat
Yeah, I bet
exhaustion type
they
of
are,
headache,
Huga.
that headache type of thing, right? This
I'm
is
doing
why I've
good,
had,
JB.
having a taste of it, even in a control situation to a certain degree, just having a little bit taste of it, you at least realize what it feels like. The pain of frostbite,
Okay, I
the
am
pain
fine,
of,
horse. No problem. I noticed a little bit of an issue when it comes, if you have a high tolerance for cold,
and some people do. I know people.
you have a tendency to not to put that much clothes on, because in that case you would be sweating a lot. So you have
I
less
understand that.
clothes on you when it's cold, because otherwise you're sweating if you have put too many
Yeah, I can
clothes on.
understand that. Like, I don't sweat
So
too much
that could
in the
be a
winter.
little bit of an issue when the temperature drops a lot more.
Yeah. But I mean, this is why, having that extra water, even if you have tolerance to heat, or extra clothing options or heating options in the winter, just in case, I have tolerance to cold, but I gotta walk for an hour in minus 22 Fahrenheit, minus 30 Celsius, because now I have to, right? Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that way, you have it just in case as a backup option, contingency plan for it, right? Even if you have tolerances, your tolerance to cold or heat, because eventually your body will eventually succumb to the cold or the heat. It's just a matter of time, right? Especially if the exposure lasts longer. Like, you're out in the heat way longer. You're out in the cold way longer. Not just an hour, maybe not even just 30 minutes, an hour. couple hours. Maybe it's like 6. Eventually, you're like, yeah, maybe I should have brought something extra. Right? And knowing that tolerance level that you have, right?
Yeah, exactly.
See, this is one example for everyone that hasn't seen where I made this. I sold up this buff back in earlier in the year, right? And I had a chance to quote unquote walk back home in -20. Well,
Yeah,
like -3 Fahrenheit. And I used it just to see how well it worked. Like, I know the limitations of the gear now. Generally, that was the limit of it right there. If it was colder, I would need a little bit more. If it was a little bit warmer, I would still be able to get by. But now I know
yeah,
the limitations of it. And I'm not just talking about a buff. I'm talking about like maybe a jacket, gloves, mitts that you're wearing, even the boots, shoes, pants you're wearing, right? Could be ski pants, could be whatever, right? Article of clothing, right? Know the limitations of the gear. Don't assume just because you have the gear, oh, I'm good. No, realize that there's limitations to the gear. There's always going to be limitations to said gear. It's only going to get you so far or handle, let's just say, the cold, so much cold before you need to add more to it, layer more into it.
yeah,
Because don't assume, like, especially if the elements like wind, wetness, freezing rain, wet snow start to appear, because that's gonna make you lose heat faster. Because now you're wet. You have tolerance to cold, but now you're wet though. Your tolerance was up here, but it's a little bit lower now because now you're wet, right?
yeah,
And stuff like that. And realizing that. So I think that's always an important thing. That's why every so often lately, especially in a lot as I've done this channel more, where I've made sure I've been outside, especially in the winter, and not just hibernate in the winter too long. And I just used to staying inside with, central heating and whatever, right? Too long. Because then I get too soft to it. And I tried to do it in a controlled situation, right? Like, where the grid's not down. It's not an emergency situation, right? If I gotta dip into something I just realized, hey, I had to dip into hand warmers or put on more clothing, right? At least then I know. I'd be like, I would know I need to do this now, right? Okay, I gotta dip into the hand warmers. I gotta, whatever, right? You know what I mean?
yeah,
And start using that here. That way I would know when to use it. And then right? Sorry, not paying attention to the chat as much. Oh, you gave the majority of your get home bag to a lady who approached you in a parking lot at a store. She was moving out of her car, lost her apartment, took her in Walmart and loaded it. Wow, you're so awesome, CB. That's why you're awesome, right? Straight up,
yeah.
straight up.
Yes, CB, you're awesome.
That's why you're. It's warming me up. Well, spiritually, anyways. Not physically, but it's warming up spiritually for me right now. Like I said, I've been actually outside this whole time. Most of the time I've been here on the panel. So, I realize even the limitations of what I'm wearing right now, right? Because I'm not moving so much, right? So when I'm actively walking or whatever, right? Because sometimes the cold, you don't realize how cold you can get until you've been outside for more significant amount of time. You know what I mean? Because
I know
when you leave a warm, it goes for both ways, I guess, hot or cold. But in this situation, coming from a hot environment to a cold environment, right? You have your little bit of a buffer zone of heat, but once that kind of goes away, you start to feel the cold a little bit more, right? It's like it's like, oh, isn't it so bad outside? Well, you're just going from like a home, walking outside to your car. Tell me that when you've been outside for like an hour already, or whatever, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know
Shadow, about
what.
stuff like
Yeah, I
that?
know.
You understand what I mean? Like people don't consider that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because I ask people, it's like, you know, it's cold. I say it's cold outside or whatever, right? I'm like, and they're like, oh, it's not so bad outside. I've been outside already, CR. How long were you outside for? 10 minutes? Well, I was outside for like 45. Right? Because
Yeah,
that's why they call it exposure, right? The longer you've been exposed to it, the more cold you get, or in terms of in the summer, heat exhaustion or heat stroke or whatever, right? Because it starts to
yeah,
either overheat you or sap the heat out of you, right? And like I said, in terms of in the wintertime, you're always generating body heat because we're warm blooded, right? So it's always escaping you. The clothing, your shelter elements keep it closer to you because that thin layer of heat, that thin layer of dead airspace, that's what keeps you warm.
Hey,
In
Bob.
terms of
Good
clothing.
to see you, brother.
Hey guys, what's happening?
What's up, Bob?
What's up? Yeah, I haven't.
We're doing good here.
Hey, Bob, can you pass me a fire starter? My hands are kind of cold.
Hang on. Choose one.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
It's okay. Here.
I'm joking.
The
I'm doing
problem,
this. I'm doing this as a tolerance test for me.
the other. Yeah, that's nice. Fire starters there.
Oh yeah.
The problem is you lose a lot of heat through your head.
Yeah.
The heat loss is great.
There you go, CR.
That's
Choose one.
really
Go
nice bundle.
Oh, thanks. I would
Mhm.
use one, but I don't know how warm it'll be this virtual fire.
Stocked up on pine cones, and they work great.
Mhm.
Okay,
They
Shadow.
do.
I disagree with the head thing. It's important, but I think if your
Hey, lovely
core
Lisa, warrior queen,
if-
good to see you, man.
hi Lisa. I think if your core element, your core like around your chest area, if it starts getting cold, you're just gonna lose even more heat just because once your core gets cold, right? The natural reaction is that your core's gonna draw heat from your extremities. And remember what I said. That's a natural reaction. Once it happens, you can't. It's hard to control that. You can't really. You can slow it down or prevent it by, warming up your core. But once it starts happening, right? You start feeling that
Yeah.
the heat coming off because your body's trying to preserve the organs, right? It's your heart, your lungs, and all that stuff. Because if that goes down, it's game over. Right?
Yeah, it's
Pretty
called
much.
hypothermia. I have a relative who died of that in the picking mushrooms in the Cascade Mountains. He is no longer with us.
And that's not the way I want to go out.
No,
I
me
don't
too.
want to go.
No,
I don't want to go out
no.
by that.
No,
but it's
No.
that would be terrible.
This is why I always say trying to keep your core body temperature warm, right? Because
Yep.
another thing you could do is like if your hands are cold, hey, I can put it under my armpit to warm it up because I have extra heat for my core still, right? I can afford to do that. But if your core is cold or your armpits are cold, well, it's not gonna warm up your hand that much because
Mhm.
your core's cold. You know what I mean? So I'm because your
That's
blood's
awesome,
circulating.
Shawnee.
Yeah, because your blood's circulating around, right? So every time it circulates through your cold hands, it's gonna cool off, and then gradually your core is cooling down because now your hands are cold. It's because the circulation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you die.
Yeah. I think this is
Well-
why your extremities, like your head, your hands, your feet, get cold first because they're the furthest away from like,
Everything's
your heart.
moving
Because
into the center. Hmm.
Yeah, right.
And a weird thing that does happen. Let me put this in with that. Your body will give you one last chance. This happened to that relative of mine. It will bring all of your blood into the internal organs to try to keep you alive, and it will give you one last chance and release that warm blood throughout your body. And many people, they're already delusional, and they'll get hot and they'll strip their clothes off.
Yeah.
Because when they found Hank, he was like either nude or down to his briefs.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
what happens.
Yeah.
And
You hear about
whoosh,
that.
he got this, this big whoosh of heat, and he did strip off his own clothes, and they found him dead.
Ugh, that's not
That
the way to go.
That happens here in the Seattle area fairly often. Some of the homeless,
Well, I
they
imagine that
they
happens in any
mhm,
country that can get cold. Canada, the
any cold
U.S.,
climate anywhere.
Europe, France,
Yep,
Germany, Norway, Sweden too, right? Russia, all that stuff, right? Because
everywhere.
Yeah.
yeah, anywhere that it can get,
Mhm.
close to the freezing point and below.
Or what's the violence like in Sweden right now, Shadow? The gun violence that you guys had.
It's happened. Always new things every day, almost every week too. So
Yeah,
you hear always something new.
yeah. And that was a topic on a live I was on the other night, was your situation in Sweden. You guys are not equipped to handle it, and all of a
No,
sudden, surprise, holy cow, man.
Yeah.
we are. The problem is we are not used to that kind of
Right.
stuff. We are not.
Mhm.
We are not. We never had
Mhm.
it before. So
Yeah.
we are not. Our government, the cops are not prepared for this type.
Hmm.
If you go, our government talk to the government in US and talk about this problem, they would say, "Oh, we can send some help and give you some advice."
Yeah.
Because you
They
are so
should.
to you are so used to it.
Yeah.
So you had those problems for what? How many years? Decades.
Decades. Yeah.
So you are
Yeah.
so used to it. So you have
Mhm.
Or
learned
not,
and adapt.
or not used to it.
Well,
Yeah. Your government should contact the Mexican government or the U.S. government that we're equipped for it and we're used to it. I will give you an example how it does help. Is that when the gangs were moving into the city of Tacoma Police Department called Los Angeles and said, "We need advice, we need help." And the gang unit in Los Angeles said, "Shut it down right now. Go in there and do whatever it takes to sweep these guys off the streets and keep them." And they reacted quickly, and gangs did settle into Tacoma to an extent, but not like it was in Los Angeles. They reacted quickly, you know. But yeah, I think they should contact a few foreign governments, but you can't control what a politician does.
no. Well, you can give them advice, a suggestion on how to do it, but if they listen to it, doubt it.
Doubt it. Or they'll acquire, what a lot of politicians do is they'll acquire funding for this program, and then when it actually comes time to buy the equipment, it's only this much when they gathered that much.
Yeah.
A lot of it goes in their pockets. Yeah. That happens here. Yeah. One thing I can say in favor of the Donald, when he was in charge, the U.S. government had all kinds of armored personnel carriers and armored cars just sitting there. So the Donald gathered up all of those and started giving them out to different cities for their SWAT teams, for free. Here, take them, take
Yeah.
them, take them. We bought them with your taxes, so here. So the police departments painted them black and painted police or SWAT on them, and And, and of course the crybabies, oh my God, he's arming the police. Yeah, to protect us, Yeah, but yeah. Well, you just
The
keep your head
problem
down over there.
is that they risk to lose control over it.
Yeah. They have to act fast.
So I read something in the newspaper that if they don't get this under control, they will lose total control over it in, I believe it was 5-7 years or so.
Yeah, I believe
2030 or something, they would have lost total control over it. So
the thing that heads up, if it comes your way, because it happened here, we had good control over the gangs and the drugs, had pretty good control over it. And then as soon as Seattle went, we are a sanctuary city. Then Tacoma went, we are a sanctuary city. Now the whole state of Washington, as soon as they use that sanctuary bullshit, that means they legalize crime and restrict what the police can do. If you hear that in your country, look out, man, because here it comes. It's going to come right to your front door.
Okay, Bob. Noted.
yeah,
Noted.
good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Shadow,
Yeah, you got the topic is bug out.
Well, it's more
Emergency,
like
topic now?
emergency bug out /
When it's
evacuation
colder out.
winter time.
When it's actually colder out for wherever you are,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it varies depending where you are. I mean, for me, it would actually be winter snow. For some people, it might just be like in the 40s, right? Where it's cool enough that, if you're wet, you're going to be cold, especially if it's windy, right? If it came to that, right? And the things that are to consider, right? Not just clothing, not just fire, right? But I mean, like, not getting into accidents or getting injured, right? Falling or slipping on ice, right? If you're walking, like, for example, like I said earlier, if you have to get back home, now's not the time to fall and injure yourself because you slipped on some ice.
That's right.
Because it's just going to delay you much longer, right?
Oh,
But,
yeah.
I mean, those reenactments of people showing their way in the middle of nowhere and they get in an accident, broken leg or severe injury, it's hell for them.
Yeah, I
Broken
posted
pelvis, whatever.
I posted a video today about I found some dependable tea lights for lights inside the house during power out. I find that a fall prevention is extremely important. Yeah, I watch that video on my channel, CR.
Okay.
It'll point you in a good direction because I made a mistake and bought these crappy ones made in Poland, and I just took them and just dumped them in the trash today. Get rid of them. But if you slip and fall on the ice, or if you fall in a power failure, I'm at the age of 60. My wife is 55. Someone at 20 can break their wrist and be healed up and ready to go in no time. But it is, yeah. But my age, the older you get,
more severe.
Extreme. There's a lady here on YouTube. Her mom was elderly. She fell and broke her leg, and she died from it.
Ooh, that's a tough way to go out.
Just from a fall, just from a slip and fall.
It's just like the exposure part of the cold or whatever. That's I don't want to go out like that.
Yeah, me too. I've got some of those ice cleats in the back of our cars. Yeah. Slip them on over your shoes and go.
Let me ask you this, Bob. Have you seen freezing rain in your area before?
Yes.
Okay. See,
two times. That is a disaster. That's really.
It has occurred from previous history, or you've seen it before. So
I have seen it.
just to not prevent it, but to mitigate the things that can happen from that, like falls or whatever. You have ice cleats.
Yep.
That could be literally the thing that really quote unquote saves you, covers your ass, right?
It does.
If you actually have to go on foot now, there's freezing rain. I'm not slipping and sliding. I can actually keep going. Right?
Yep.
Maintain a stride or a distance or a pace, right? Not just crawling on my hands and knees because it's so lazy. Yeah, because I just didn't. And the thing is, like that, it's preventable, right? It is to a certain extent, right? And we have access to make that. People have access to that gear as long as they buy it or whatever, or can find it or make it. They can use it, and it's useful. And to me, it's no brainer anymore. It's no brainer to have it, right? Because the benefits of it, all right. I mean, like, especially, let's say if I actually almost slipped out on some ice cleats, I'd be like, that could have been very, very bad if I wasn't wearing them, and if I actually fell, that could have been, hurting my hip or back or banging my head against the ground or a wrist injury or whatever, right? Like even day to day life.
Could I answer
Go ahead, Bob.
a side comment here? Huga says that they're a two-way city. We are too. We can carry concealed or open. We can too here in Seattle, Tacoma, and the whole state. But once they have the sanctuary for the illegal, and they don't arrest them, and basically what it means is they arrest an illegal alien, but they don't have to turn them over to the Fed. They don't have to. Many law enforcements do. They turn them over to the federal government and get them deported. But that's what the downfall of the greater Seattle area began, was the sanctuary stuff. We can carry, and in fact, I had all those attempted home invasions in the last place we lived, and that's what saved my ass, was a 45 right there. Yeah. I wish you guys could get some way of protecting yourselves there in Sweden.
Yeah, I wish that too, but
Yeah.
that will not happen.
Well, Bob, Shadow just posted a video before the stream started earlier in the day. So
I'll look for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Explains it better.
Yeah, it is, Huga. We have black eyes here as well, so that's just a nasty thing.
Yeah.
That's
well, Bob, I guess you would be aware because
hey,
you live closer to.
Good to see you again.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. You live closer to the border, like to the Canadian-American border, right? So yeah, you're used to seeing. Oh yeah, it's not rain. It could freeze. There's all right. You're more likely to prepare for that because you've seen it. It's not, and the question that it's not happened. It's probably will. It's just a matter of time, right? It's just like, but for how long or whatever, right? Oh, it's just for the day. Okay, not so bad.
I heard a couple of years ago about a car that hit black ice. Well, that car just went off the road in a second. No
I've
chance.
I've seen it done. That's what worries me about my son and my wife driving to work. That you can't see the ice and whoosh. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is why they drive for the conditions for the right. Because obviously the slower you're going, less speed, right? Speed's usually one of those things when it comes to accidents and stuff like that. Well, because if you think about it, the slower you're going, the less momentum you have. And there's more time to stop and all this stuff, right? Like distance between cars.
I'll give you an example of one. Okay, I was working in Renton, Washington, and I had to make a long commute to get home, second shift. So by the time we got off work, the snow was deep and it was already frozen from day shift driving through it. So we had deep ruts on the highway, and all of us are
Oh,
smart,
yeah.
and we're going about 15 miles an hour down the highway, nice and slow, steady pace. This
Yeah.
asshole flew by the line of us going slow at 50 miles an hour, and he threw ice and snow all over our windshields, and I went, "You freaking prick," you know. And next thing you know, I see taillights, headlights, taillights, headlights, taillights, headlights, and he went into the grassy medium he went into a muddy grassy medium, ka-chunk, and he got stuck. And I'm going at still like everybody else, 15 miles an hour, and I rolled my window down and went,
I can just see that. I can just see that. Oh, karma! Right there, right?
"Gosh, I was
Yeah.
a good Samaritan, and I went out and helped him push his car." Not, you know, you buddy, you
Sorry, I'm in a
headlight,
rush
taillight,
with you.
headlight,
I'm
taillight.
in a rush with you.
Wham.
I'm in a rush with you. No, but that's usually
No,
how
I
it
can
happens.
say I
Right?
have, Huga.
That was one of the funnest commutes I ever had. Nobody pulled over to help him push his car out. Nobody. It's your fault,
I agree with you
jackass.
about
Yeah.
that, Huga.
Well, because it comes back to speed.
Hey,
right?
JHT Survival, good to see you, brother.
Hello.
How are you
The
doing?
speed, like the speed limit is for ideal conditions, sunny.
Yes, correct.
Ideal
Yeah.
conditions. If it's not ideal, it's better to slow down. Make it to your destination in one piece.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yep.
is more important. Like things like work, events, and stuff like that. I think people will understand if it's snowing, icy out. They'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I would hope.
Yeah.
Co-workers or boss would give you the benefit of the doubt, right?
They
You're
do.
late for
They do.
work because I would say, hey, I wanted to get here in one piece, right? I didn't want to
Mhm.
worry you guys or whatever, right? Hey, at least I'm here for the work. I'm sorry I'm late, but the roads are bad. I'm sorry. I just want,
That's
think-
awesome, JHT.
I think if people need to
I know
give
the
people the
feeling.
benefit of the doubt during that time, and that,
Yeah,
you're late, you're fired.
Yeah.
Right?
They'll give you a little bit of
A leeway
of
on
a
that,
benefit
because,
of a doubt. Yeah.
because I mean, like it's, but if your boss doesn't give you anything, it'd be like, really? Oh, yeah. So, because people are always worried, oh, I'm gonna get fired, or I'm gonna be late for school, I'm gonna be late for the test, or whatever, right? So
Mhm.
that
But,
motivates them to drive faster or drive at the speed limit.
Hey, JHT, I'm at your channel having a look-see, and I'll give you a connect here into the same type of topics here. So welcome aboard, JHT. There we
Hello,
go.
hello.
And there we go. Yeah, I recall one time what I did, I knew heavy snow and ice were going to move in, and I was still working second shift, get up at midnight. So I went and got a hotel room in Renton, and I told my crew that's what I'm going to do, you know.
Yeah, and just wait till daybreak again.
Yeah, just wait till daybreak and then have a nice, and I did. And I waited till daybreak, had a nice big leisurely breakfast, clean clothes, freshly showered, and I arrived at work. And a few people were able to get in to come to work, just a few. I worked the whole day, everything. And then the day after that, the snow was pretty much gone. And all the people who were laughing at me, who were going, "You're going to get a hotel room, you chicken." Yes, yeah. I'm not going to crash my car. And then here comes the same jackasses. You were really smart doing that.
Yeah, because
know
when
I
I was
was.
driving, I saw people on the side, on the road.
Yeah.
In the ditch,
And I said,
right?
"Man, I showed up for work refreshed and ready to go build the airplane, and you missed a day of attendance and a day of pay, and some of the people crashed their
Oh, yeah.
cars." Yeah.
Oh yeah, then the insurance, they gotta go through the
Mhm.
hassle.
Yep.
Even the post PTSD that might happen result of getting in the crash and all that stuff, right? Because
Yeah, it
Yeah,
the thing
does.
they
is,
look
Mhm.
nice.
the thing is
when go-
about when you prevent something, you don't realize the pain and all the hassle that you prevented, right? Like wearing ice
Yeah.
cleats or whatever, right? You didn't slip this time. You slipped a little, but you managed to get grip again, right? Imagine you didn't have that on.
Mm-hmm.
You might have fallen down, like hit your shoulder hard, roll a shoulder, hit your head, be on the ground unconscious.
Mhm.
That could be a lot worse.
More than once.
That could be a lot worse than you think.
We had to walk almost a mile from the parking lot to get into the hangar to work on the airplanes. More than once, I'd get out of my car in the parking lot, put those ice cleats on, walk to the building, clock in, then I'd go take the ice cleats off, and I only saw one or two other people doing that, and that was it. Everybody else was just like, I'd rather slip and fall. Well, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, break
Okay.
your wrist in the parking lot, have fun.
Well, because if that happens, it reduces your what's the word I'm looking for? Your potential or your what you can do, because it reduces your mobility, right? Now you're injured at work, or you're gonna be like, hey,
Yeah.
I can't work because I just sprained my wrist in the parking lot.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah. Well,
you saw the ice.
I
Good
had
Lord,
You could have just
Hugo.
brought
I
like some
had
sand
kids
with
to
you and
feed.
just walked with the sand, like or like slow down a little, right? Right. It could have been prevented, right? Because once someone is like quote unquote calling in sick or not able to work, everyone else has to pick up the slack now. You're just making it worse for everyone
Yes,
else.
correct. Mhm.
Now everyone else has to
Yeah.
pick up the slack of you missing time off or whatever because you're injured, right? And the hassles of going to like an emergency room, waiting to get a cast on and all this stuff. It's not really
Yeah.
worth
You
it.
don't want that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth the pain. Just the pain alone, to be honest. Just the pain alone, right? And of course, like you said earlier, you might miss out on work a day of pay because you're not
Yeah.
getting paid because you're not working. Is that even
Yeah.
worth it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I rather not go for that hassle as much as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is why, just to relate this in a little bit more into the winter thing, right? Just even day to day, right?
Yeah.
Because I've seen that happen. I'm just like, people are rushing or I'm trying to run across the crosswalk before the light turns red, right? They slip on the other side, and now they're injured, and now I got to take all these pain pills. My back's hurting. I think I sprained my wrist.
Yeah. Long-term injury. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it could be long-term injuries too.
Yep.
Something that could
But
have been prevented because they're rushing it, right? They're rushing it, or didn't have the adequate gear to use for the conditions, right?
yeah,
Regardless if it's
exactly.
ice, clothing, or whatever,
What
right?
it really comes down to is not thinking ahead,
Yeah, being
not
proactive.
thinking
Yeah.
ahead. Mm-hmm.
Because now
Yeah.
you're reacting to it versus being
Correct.
proactive to it. Even
Yeah.
though you hear about this stuff, you've seen it, you've seen other people go through it. You know there's ice on the ground. You know that it's just there was freezing rain or whatever. You know there's ice spots. You know the roads aren't that great or whatever, right? And you just said, "Oh, it never happens to me. I'll get by. I can do this." Well, sorry, you didn't do it this time. You didn't do it this time, man. Though, you know. So, Bob, I was going
Yeah.
to ask you earlier. So, anything you want to add into this topic here? Like, I know me and Performance Veteran were talking quite a bit about this. I still have other things I want to mention, but
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear this from someone that doesn't live here in Canada, that lives where it rains more often than it actually snows, probably.
Yeah. What exactly do you want to ask about? Go ahead.
No, just maybe like stories or examples that like the example you said earlier about what you were saying, right? Because it's nice to hear these real world examples of what people
Yeah.
do or
Mm-hmm.
see, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
frankly, that could be any one of us.
Yeah.
It could have been me or you or whatever, right? I think that's more important because realize, hey, this stuff actually does happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just lucky enough that it hasn't happened to me yet. But if I don't prepare well enough, it might happen because I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. Oh, I'm not gonna slip. I got good balance. It never rains. It never gets freezing rain here. Well, I lost balance, and there was freezing rain, and there was ice, and I slipped out, and I fell the wrong way and hit my head, and I didn't land in the snowbank, and I hit the sidewalk, and I hit the cement, and yeah. And now my family's
I've
worried.
had
Yeah.
yeah, I've had more than one incidents of slipping and falling on my ass, right on my
Yeah.
ass. Like your legs just disappear for a millisecond. Bam! I had more
It's
than one.
so fast.
Oh,
It's so
so
fast.
fast.
Bro.
You
I
can't
know.
stop it. You know.
Yeah.
I
Like,
think one of the worst falls I had was when I was in the Air Force and I was stationed in Illinois, and the winters there are brutal, and we're marching in formation going to school, and you know, it was so. As soon as I say squadron flight halt, we all stop at the same time, and it's normal for you to start slipping around because they won't let you wear ice cleats on your, just too bad, suck it up. And one day we're standing there in formation. I didn't move an inch, nothing. I was at the position of attention. Both my feet went forward in an instant. Wham! Like, how in the hell
oh,
did that happen?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that would suck. Like, for example, I've actually gone out at times and not wear the ice cleats, but there's things you could. Now, your situation was different because of the way that was business related, whatever, right? But
Yeah.
if you're going out on your own free will, you don't have a boss or whatever, right? If there's ice, one of the things I've done before is actually lower my center of gravity, bend my knees, so I'm lower to the ground. Because
Mhm.
if your legs are straight up and down, you increase the height all the way to your maximum height. If you're down lower, the fall is less because the distance is shorter,
Yeah.
so the impact force is less. I've actually, what I say, get down on, not get down on your knees, but like kind of like bend down a little, right, and waddle like a penguin,
Mhm.
right? Because even if you did fall, because you reduce the height even halfway, the impact force is less. So you might slip a
Yeah.
little, but it's not gonna really sprain your wrist. It'll hurt a little, but you didn't sprain your wrist, like if you were standing straight up. If that makes any sense. I tell people that, and, some people can do it. I understand some people have bad knees or whatever, or can't bend down too far, but it's something to keep in mind, right? Because
Hey,
even like I was gonna say, like people that have to save people from like ice falling through ice, spread your weight, right? They spread their
mhm.
weight, right? So you don't break through the ice, make it worse for everyone else, right? Because you don't want to make it worse for the.
Yeah.
Oh, I
I
need
got a
rescue too. Yeah,
question for Idaho Garden Girl. Idaho Garden Girl, did you ever get one of those beautiful freaking alarms?
I don't know, girl.
Do 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 do. Somebody passed by. Oh,
Yeah,
Idaho. Did you ever get one of those gorgeous, beautiful Indonesian wedding dresses? Did you ever? Idaho?
Where did this come from?
I teased her the other day on a live.
Oh, okay. Indo dress.
I
I
want to
see. I
see
see.
you wearing an Indonesian formal wedding dress, Idaho. She'd look so good. She would.
uh,
No, what the heck, Idaho? Come on. What?
Let me get my pen and paper out and
although
start
my
taking
ex
notes here.
got stuck in a snowbank at 3 a.m. One
Ooh.
night driving us home from the bar and the car ran out of gas. That wasn't the greatest situation, and of course we were in her car and she had nothing. Oh
Ooh,
boy,
Uh-huh.
that is
ooh,
not a good situation.
yeah. For anyone
It's
that's fallen on ice, yeah, you said
it's
the word
not
right.
this is the worst being stranded. I've had two occasions being stranded. Once driving up in the Cascade Mountains with my friend. He had a Ford Bronco. He's blind, and we hit a patch of ice, and I was driving because he's blind, and
Mhm.
the car went to the perfect spot. It went sideways into the deep ditch, Because you know how most mountain roads are. They've got a steep cliff, the road, and then a steep cliff. This had an indentation dug out of the hillside exactly the same length as that Ford Bronco. It slid right into that pocket, and we're done. We're stuck. We had nothing with us. Nothing. We had to use an ammo can as a shovel and try to get. We had to walk out. We had to walk out. You get it?
How far and how long?
Yeah.
Miles. We started at 6 a.m. and we arrived in town at noon. 6 hours of walking in the mountains, in the snow.
You're
Okay.
exhausted probably too.
Oh, absolutely exhausted. We were pretty lucky because we had to go back up there and tow his Bronco out because it was the beginning of winter. If we didn't get it now, it's going to get stuck there all winter. So Lenny's dad made us up some bowls of hot soup, and we got something to eat real quick, and a couple of the neighbors went up there with their four-wheel drives and pulled the car out, right? So that was one of the worst stucks. 6 hours of walking, guys, and it sucked. There were no other cars. There were no.
That
Can't even
sucks.
call for
Really,
help or
I
ask for
agree with
help.
anywhere.
There's no one's coming by.
We
Yeah.
had nothing. We didn't even have a sheet of plastic. We had nothing. I never ever did that again. But the other one was where there was 4 of us in Lenny's boat. The blind guy, he had a boat. We went out onto Lake Shannon, and we all went fishing. Pretty primitive lake, but it was a 12, 15-foot fiberglass boat with an outboard motor and all that. So we drove all the way down to the dam. That's 9 miles at the dam. And so on our way, we said, Freddie, how much gas we got? And he opens up the gas can and goes, oh, it's probably about 15 gallons. You know, we should not have asked Fred. Fred is like a 30-watt light bulb in the land of 100-watt light bulbs, if you get what I'm talking about. We should not have asked Freddie. So we went, 9 miles to the dam, and okay, man, the sun's starting to go down. It's a Sunday evening. No one else is out on the lake. So, okay, let's head back, guys. Go get something to eat. We started the motor, started heading back to the parking area, and the motor quit because we ran out of gas. We had to paddle a big aluminum boat for 9 miles.
Oh boy.
It's not an aluminum boat. I take it back. It's a fiberglass boat. 9 miles we had 2 oars and 2 paddles, and
Man, just being lucky you even had that.
Oh, I know.
If you didn't even have that, that would have been even worse.
Normally, if it had been during like a Saturday, somebody would have saw us stranded. They would have hooked a rope and towed us back.
Yeah, but
there's nobody on the lake. Nope. We didn't have any food. We had beer, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that helps much. Not.
9.
Oh.
I was just out of the Air Force, so I was in good shape, and I did pretty well. But Danny Weishauer, he was big around, and man, he turned into a marshmallow. He just couldn't.
my arms are like Jello, Bob. Keep rolling because we're almost there.
Yeah, shut up, Danny. Keep rowing.
Yeah, you want to get there, man, because if we stop, we ain't getting there, and it's starting to get dark. Yeah.
Those are my 2 stranded stories. Both suck.
Well, I'm glad you shared that with us, Bob, because those are real world situations.
Real world situations. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's always remember these reenactments and that you can see online and stuff. That's one thing, but to hear these stories from real people that we know, right? Because generally in preparedness, if you're not already in it, it's because situations have forced you to reconsider it. Because you don't want to go through the pain, the suffering, oh my gosh, are we there yet? Wow, oh, I wish I should have brought more gas. I wouldn't have to roll right now. I should have brought, if we didn't bring more gas, I wouldn't have to walk down 9 miles to the nearest town. Just to get
Idaho
gas.
Garden. Oh, hang on, CR. Idaho. I'm trying to get a little hustle going on here. Idaho. You can look it up on YouTube. You know, Indonesian wedding. Yeah. But JHT, both these events that happened to us were before cell phones. They just they weren't there. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. So we were stuck. I mean, you know, left, right,
Yeah.
that, oh, son of a b.
Yeah. Well, even if it was there, you might not even had service or whatever, right?
Yeah, probably
So,
not, because we're up in the
yeah.
Cascade Mountains, and those mountains are straight up and down, you know. Yeah.
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 I think
Even
people
if you
can.
had a radio to use, it wouldn't
Yeah.
help anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't know.
Lenny did have CB radios in some of his cars, and that was his hobby as a blind man, to talk on the CB. But when you go in those logging roads deep in the mountains, there's just no service. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's none.
Yeah. And I think this comes back to not. Don't assume someone's gonna help you or that the gear
Yeah.
is gonna work.
Help yourself.
Yeah, I think
Mhm.
preparedness is about being proactive, right? Skewing and obviously avoiding the situation as much as possible. But if you do get into that situation, you have stuff to help you along. Like,
Yeah, help
let's say
yourself.
like a
Learn how to help yourself.
jacket, ice cleats, actual boots, not just dress shoes, right? Like, I think I've said this before, Shadow, back on the Christmas edition of the stream that we had, or around that time, people were formal wear, right? What I say is, dress for the weather. You can always change at the house. You can always change at the church. You can always change into more comfortable, better, outside of the winter gear like boots or whatever, into your formal dress shoes, or out of those ski pants into like
Yeah.
a suit or something like that. I'm always a big believer to do it like that. That way you don't get. Why are you walking 10 miles, CR, with dress shoes and suit? Don't ask.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't want to be that person. Especially when you can just go to a place or get to your destination and then change. All right. Like, if I saw someone walking in with like uh dress suit all coat, I'd be like, "Did you walk?" You could just wore like a nice winter jacket and just change there,
Mhm.
right? Right. That's how I would see it personally. Because again, you're just
Okay,
asking for
Shadow.
trouble.
I'm going to send you a video you might like. I might have sent this to you already, so if I did, forgive me. But you're going to like this one, dude. Yeah, you're going to like this one here.
Yeah, probably.
It's more fun in the Philippines. So.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh
Here we go.
boy, that is ooh la la. I'm old, but I still just love the hell out of women, man. They're as necessary as air, you know. Oh my God. Well, then watch if
I'll just
Shadow's
hold
watch it.
back what I want to
What
say.
Shadow's gonna watch it if he gets a smile and an ooh look on
Well,
Hey, Shadow, what's with the grin? What's with that smile? You look so nice and happy.
okay.
Wait for it. It's like right there. He saw it. No.
Oh, Lord in heaven.
It's not X-rated or anything like that, guys. It's oh my God. Oh, woo. Good morning.
Oh, Lord in heaven.
Shadow watches that. I do have my own stories too that I haven't even. Sometimes I've explained them every so often in my streams or whatever. But there was this one. Like, I've been in my. I've fallen. I sprained my wrist. I actually documented that the next day as a stream. Yeah, that hurt because I had to
Oh,
wrap my wrist with ice and a cool pack for like weeks because the pain was so severe from that. It hurt. I almost thought I broke it. That's all. But I like, of all the pains I felt, that was pretty bad for what it was, right? So, but that's because that was sloppy error on my part. Now I've had this time where I've been on the lake ice fishing in minus 30 Celsius, minus 22 Fahrenheit, right? Minimal shelter, right? I was with 2 other people, minimal shelter, because the shelter couldn't fit all of us in. It was meant for like 2 people, maybe at most, and that's for free. So to take turns being, someone had to stand outside at times because we couldn't, right? And we every, let's say, half an hour to an hour, we had to start the vehicle to make sure it would run, right? Because it's that cold out, right? If the vehicle doesn't start, we're walking, right? So we had to make sure the vehicle's running, right? Turn it over, right? You know what I mean? And stuff like that.
Yeah.
When we were finally leaving, my friend was shivering. I'm like, dude, are you shivering? Because it looks like you're shivering under control. Luckily, my other friend brought a sleeping bag, so I'm like, okay, dude, here, have the sleeping bag first, right? You know, warm up with it, right? What I didn't tell him is, like, you're warming up the sleeping bag so I can wear it afterwards and feel warm. That's what I told him after. I'm like, you're warming up the sleeping bag for me first, man. Thanks. But, you know, stuff like that, right? The sleeping bags, all right? They can help you out, right? Stuff like that. So never doubt having blanket and sleeping bags, right?
I'm looking for Indonesian wedding dress video to post in the chat here.
You know, that actually,
Yeah.
there is something else that reminds me of, surprisingly enough. Oh, and it's related to this topic, by the way. Where I've seen, I don't personally wear one, but what I'm saying is when you seen those long trench coats or longer jackets that stretch down past the knee, you've probably seen them or see people that wear them, right? Usually, those tend to be warmer than ones that only go up to your waist because it covers your legs better, right? So it's one of those things that I'm been looking for is a longer jacket. So
I don't know.
just
I'm
something I
looking
just
at.
thought of.
I'm going to post a quick video in the chat here for. Is Idaho still in here? Idaho,
We
are you
have
still?
Did
no
you
idea.
scare her away? Did you just
Probably.
scare her away?
You know, most of the time, women get scared of me. That damn dirty old man. You know. Yeah. There we go. It's a good video. It's not anything crazy or not any more crazy than I am, but there we go. Indonesian wedding dresses or formal wedding. Wonder if Idaho, are you still here? She probably ran off. She ran off. Oh, dang it. Idaho. We lost CR, huh?
Yeah, we obviously did.
He dropped.
A couple of years ago, I slipped on the ice. And
No,
I
you
was
didn't scare
alone
me
at
away.
work.
I hit the wrong
And I
key and I refreshed.
Mm.
And I delivered
Bob did not scare me away.
Mm.
basically commercial paper commercials for grocery stores and many other things. And I had them in packs like this. And I slipped on an eye spot. So my left leg bent in like this. My foot went up in a 90-degree angle. And I just landed on this and I broke my ankle on 2 places.
Oh, God.
That hurt.
That would be painful. Oh, yeah.
That hurt. And I was alone. And I called in to my boss and said, hey, I hurt my foot. That will keep going. It will go over. That pain
Just walk it off. Just
go
walk
away.
it off. Just walk it out.
Okay, so I delivered that, and I had more stops to do, so I delivered to those stops as well. By the way, it was a pain in the butt to change gear. It
Oh, I
hurts,
imagine.
and I just up to the
Uh-huh.
next gear, and ouch, 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 for every
Isn't that
gear.
isn't
Yeah.
that typical for a boss? Just
And
just
then,
forget about it. Just drive.
Just
Mhm.
walk it off.
Yeah, and I went back home, get my cane. I lived on the top floor, so I had to take
Oh,
4
Oh, yeah, you
stairs
had to
up.
walk
No elevator, so I had to walk up.
oh.
Now I gotta
got
walk up the
cane,
stairs.
went back to the car, back to the job. And I said to my boss, "Hey, take a look at this ankle. It was like
Yeah.
a tennis ball, the size
I
of a
believe
tennis
it.
ball."
Like
Can I
that.
get a
Yeah.
raise? See
or-
how I'm determined? Can I get a raise, please?
Fellas, I'm gonna have to bounce out of here. I'm gonna go out and finish raking some leaves and before the sun goes down. So
Yeah,
good to
care,
talk to you
Bob.
all.
I
Yeah.
appreciate the stories,
Yeah.
by the way. I enjoy
Yeah.
those. It's
All
nice to
right.
hear
Take
those.
care, fellas. Say hi to
Later, man.
Idaho Garden Girl. I hope she didn't get all freaked out about. But just look at that video of nice Indonesian wedding dresses.
yeah,
Whatever. I'm a dirty old man. So what? Peace out, everybody. God bless.
Take care, Bob.
yeah. I bet
Yeah.
you do.
Yeah.
So my boss said to his girlfriend that she had to take me to the ER, and she did. So I just limped just into the ER, and I stood on my one leg and lifted up my left foot. Look what I done, I said with a big smile. And that nurse behind that hatch, she just waved me in. You just get in here.
Yeah. I get to hear that.
So now I have basically 3 titanium plates and 3 titanium wires in my foot.
Yeah. I mean, I know a friend that has a titanium rod in their foot too. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm 5% cyborg. I live in the mail carrier care package with a hot chocolate and hand warmers. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Around here, like the mail carriers or whatever that actually have to deliver physical mail, even to a certain point, the people that deliver, let's say, packages, whatever, right? During the wintertime, when they see them, yeah, they got. If they don't get really good boots, they got boots with ice cleats on. Just because they know, because if they get injured, right, it's just that much worse.
Yeah.
Right? It's just that much worse for them. So
Yeah. And the nurse, when I explained to the nurses how it happened, and to the doctors as well, that I drove the car all the way, they couldn't understand how I even could drive the car with a broken foot.
they're like, "What? Really? You did what? You did that?" Right?
And my foot was basically black. I thought I got. Well, my foot was really black.
Oh,
My foot
yeah.
didn't look that good.
Yeah, it's almost like, I can keep my foot, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought I got gangrene.
Yeah.
It was that black. my
Yeah,
foot.
yeah, I get what you mean. It's just like from frostbite, right? Severe, extreme frostbite, right? Where it starts to turn darker in color. Yeah, you start worrying about that because it's one of those things.
People should
Yeah,
think
you
of
should.
mail
Yeah, you should
carriers and
ask the
deliver.
boss. Yeah, you should ask the boss. Can I get a raise? Look, I'm a determined worker. Look at this. Look how determined I am. Can I get a raise, by the way? For the medical bills, right? Right? Can I get an employee at the month?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sand the walkway too would a good idea.
Yeah, but usually something like that, someone or something has to do it. Put it out there. Regardless if it's sand, gravel, salt, road salt, whatever, right? A machine or a person has to spread it out. Put it out there, right?
Yeah.
And not everyone does that. Especially if you're walking in a town or wherever on a sidewalk, don't assume that, right? Some people don't clear the snow right away or whatever, de-ice it or whatever, right? That's why ice skates for me. I'm not done. All right. I don't want to be on the side of the road and or whatever on the ground for next 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah, not the way I want to start off the day or whatever, right? So, not the way I want to go.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think you're right, CV. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Not the way to go. Not the way I want to go out. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, Shadow. Did I mention? Well, I know I mentioned this earlier to you when we were talking privately, but I was gonna say, in getting ready for the stream, I actually brought out some of my gears just to double check it, right? Just
Yeah.
not to be a hypocrite about what I'm saying here, right? And check the gear,
Yeah.
right? And stuff like that. I'm like, I'm glad I decided to check this because I'm like, I don't like the zipper pull that I put on. That's
Yeah.
on this. It just seems so ineffective. So it's just one of those. And then not only that, I actually sorted them by how warm they are, relatively speaking. So that's how
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it now. So this is gonna be the warmest jacket. This will be when it's less cold. Well, because I have a jacket that doesn't have a hood, right? So that's gonna be less effective compared to a warmer jacket that's feels warmer and has a hood. So
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So I
Yeah.
could factor that in, stuff like that, and kind of gauge it to a certain degree on how far the temperature could go down or whatever. I might need more or whatever. Sorry, I have someone turning on. I'm in their room right now. I had to come back inside. I was losing the tolerance for the cold. Standing outside for a bit.
Yeah.
Well, remember I was standing. I wasn't actually walking or pacing, right? So you start to lose circulation, and when you're not moving, you generate less heat and stuff like that, right? So, because usually if I'm going on those walks, I'm walking, right? So I'm generating heat while walking. It's actually different when you're standing still or sleeping. That's another thing to factor in, right? When you're standing still, sitting, or sleeping or laying down, you're not moving.
Yeah.
You're gonna get cold faster because you're not actually moving, generating heat through movement, right? It's like
Yeah.
shivering. You're not moving, you're not generating heat. So, on the bright side of this stream, at least now I know. Yeah, if you want to keep warm, you gotta keep moving. If you're not, if you don't keep moving, you probably have to wear more clothes. or whatever, right?
Yeah, if you're just going to just sit on a bench or something, you
Yeah.
need more clothes on.
Yeah. Like if you think about anyone that attends like outdoor sporting events or whatever that are outside related, right?
Yeah,
Like say hockey, there's a Canada, right? You might have to be outside. You're sitting. You're not moving a lot. So you like if I did that, I would be bringing like warmer stuff that I can be warm even if I'm not moving. You know, stuff like that. Like if I'm sitting, right, I probably would bring a seating pad.
yeah,
That way I don't have to complain about it, right? I don't have to complain about it and stuff like that.
yeah.
Just
Wear
something to keep in.
layers. I
Yeah,
agree with
exactly.
that.
Yeah, right. But like stuff that would slow down the heat loss even more. Like I might wear more than I usually would wear, but that's because I'm standing, sitting, or laying down, or being still more, right? Not moving as much, right? It's one thing if you're doing activities that are movement, right? Because you're
Yeah,
generating heat. But if you're not moving so much, yeah, you're probably gonna feel colder because you're not generating heat through movement. You
I
know what I mean?
agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so it's something to keep in mind. So, because like I know preparedness veterans when he was in earlier talked about that sleep system and whatever. If you do that, remember you're gonna be sitting, lying still. So you probably need a little bit more than you think, and do try it out if you can, whenever possible, right? Know that is you've done it, you've tested out, maybe just outside your place, right? With a degree of a safety net, right? You know what I mean? Where you can, if you have to tap out, you can come back in right away. But at least you would know. And if you don't, well, then at least now you know, hey, 4 or 5, 6 hours, I'm still good. Then you know. But
Yeah,
if you can handle 2 or 3, you're probably not gonna be able to handle 6 or 7 hours of it. Because eventually you'll be like, oh, this is so awful. Or, but I'm glad I'm trying this out though, right? Versus being in a real emergency, stressful situation, right? Because
yeah,
at that time, you won't have a safety net probably so much, or a way to just tap out to a warm place right away, right? Like back inside or whatever, right? Because I've actually done this twice here. Outside,
yeah,
just outside, right? Just outside where I live, right? So I can tap back if I don't. Okay, it's gonna be a loss or a fail, but at least there's a safety net, right? I'm not doing this, trying this out for the first time in the middle of the woods or whatever, alone, where I don't have a safety net or anything to quickly warm back up, because that's probably not the time to try it. Because I don't want to put myself in an actual situation unnecessarily, right? And actually have to inconvenience whoever, right? You know
yeah,
what I mean? I
yeah.
mean,
I
I was
understand.
doing this without. I was just doing this with the shelter helmets, the cover helmets, the cliff helmets, right? I didn't have any hot hands, no fire, none of that, right? Because I wanted to see how good the shelter helmets are, right? Because I know, honestly, stuff like hot hands, hand warmers, a fire is going to buy you more time. But sometimes you may not have access to it or don't have it, right? And you have to rely more on the passive, like shelter elements, like clothing and all that stuff. So
Yeah, exactly.
that's why I did it, right? So now at least, yeah, I think I need a little bit more than this, right? Or my feet were getting cold, like because I had a thermometer moving out. Every part of my body was warm. My feet started to tap out. I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
I don't know if I could go a whole night like that. I mean, maybe, maybe not, but my feet would start getting cold. So now I started to realize, yeah, my feet are probably the most vulnerable spot. Extremities again, right?
yeah,
Extremities, hands, feet, and stuff like that, right? Like my chest was nice and warm, right? But my feet were starting to get numb and all that stuff. Even though my hands are warm because I'm wearing gloves and mitts and stuff like that, my chest is nice and warm, above freezing, right? Because I had a thermometer, but I'm like, yeah, that was a good indication. And the thing is, Shadow and everyone in the side chat, first hour was good. First 2 hours was fine. I started to notice it more after that second hour, because I started to lose the heat from my feet more and more. It wasn't apparent initially. It's one of those things that I'm glad I tried it out, because it taught me a lesson of don't assume just because you're warm within the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, even a half an hour. All right. Because if you have to go longer, it may show you, because I was actually losing heat in my feet. I just didn't notice it in the first half an hour so much. But as I started to quote unquote lay down or whatever, right? You know, I'm like, oh, my feet are actually starting to get cold. So, like I said earlier, that's why they call it exposure. Right? Because it takes, sometimes the longer you've been at it, the more exposure there is. In this case, I was losing heat from my feet.
Yeah.
So, now, if I try this again, if my feet stay warm even after 2-3 hours, I'll try it again and be like, maybe it's over. In this case, you know what I mean?
Thank you for the book tips, JHT. I will take a look at that book.
Yeah, like I can't believe Fat Guys in the Woods for Creeks Through. Yeah, I watched that. I'm surprised you never heard about that. I remember seeing. It's a good series to watch. Anyways, I enjoyed it because it's more realistic in terms of these are average people per se, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you and me and other people might have knowledge or whatever, but these are average people, right? And stuff like that, right? And realizing, they're out there for X amount of time, right? Well, if you think about it, right? They might not even have fired the first night or for a while, right? It's like slightly or just below freezing, right? You know what I mean? That exposure thing again, right? So, yeah. Anyways, Shadow, I gotta go in about 5 minutes here. I'm gonna go return a call. I've been here for a while. I can't believe how long I've been here. But I'm glad you brought up that topic. That's why I joined. Because I do have, being Canadian, seen snow, seen -40. I mean, I have the experience like Vanessa Kitty does, but I've experienced my fair share of quote unquote cold.
Yeah.
What it is. I've had frostbite. It's not pretty, and it's not. Yeah. Right. I've tried out some stuff too. Right. But I also realize people have way more experience in this than I do. But then again, some people have more tolerance. Right.
Yeah.
And realizing that you need to experience this for yourself, and if you do it in a control environment, like in the backyard first, before attempting this, or like in a vehicle in your driveway or whatever, right, parking lot or whatever, before experience it in a less controlled situation when you're in the middle of nowhere, stranded, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because at least you would know what to do first things first, or you would plan or prepare for it. So just in case that does happen, yeah, when I tried this in the driveway or in the backyard, this was my first issue. So let's try to mitigate that, right? I'll bring some extra socks or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because usually in these situations that people experience for the first time, it is actually the first time because they don't have prior knowledge or experience with it, right? Because they've never simulated that or it's never happened to them, right? And so it's new, right? So they're discovering everything for the first time. Whatever this thing goes so well, I feel pain here. This is getting cold fast, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because it's, in my opinion, it's better to discover that early on, or the limitations or what gets cold first on you before it becomes really important, quote unquote, an emergency situation, right? Because it's better to know beforehand as much as possible, because not only did you experience it to a certain degree in simulation or relatively simulation, or I shouldn't say a simulation, relative. See, I don't want to say the word assimilation, but a simulation of the event, right? It's better to know beforehand. You know what I mean? Because then you would at least have prior knowledge, experience, what, you
Yeah.
know, signs that to indicate, I should take this seriously. You know, I'm starting to get that numbness in my thumb. Maybe I need to pull over or whatever, right? Warm up my hand or whatever, right? Before it gets worse, right? And be proactive about it. And stuff like that. I think this is one of the things the channel has allowed me to do, is to actually document it in terms of my experience with it, right? And mix video too, right? As a content creator, right? But it also
Yeah.
shows me, it's like, hey, you know what? What did I learn from this? Right? What was my experience from this, right? And realizing and sharing those stories and realizing if I get closer to that experience again, I'll be like, I better pick up my A game, because the last time I did this, I got cold. I better pick up my A game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, you know, for example, maybe light a candle or do some exercises to warm up or get my blood flowing or whatever, like walk faster or whatever, right? Because the last time I got cold by this time, or whatever, right? Because then at least you would know a little bit more. You would have more to work on, because the experience part of it, right? You've experienced some of it before, or taste of it, right?
Yeah.
Because regardless if it's hypo or hyper or hypothermia, or, you know, heat exhaustion, the frostbite, right? You know, learn from the experience, right? Because like I said, it's just like that time that you said you got cold when you were out on it wasn't a camping trip, but because you got wet or whatever, right? And you couldn't even light a fire yourself, and you had to ask people, right? You learned from that experience.
Yeah, that was on a survival hike actually
Yeah, right.
with my scouts.
But if you think about it, if you were alone, that would have been way different situation. That would have even
Indeed.
10 times more serious. Yeah, that would have been 10 times more serious. You were like, you know, that it was more of a control. There's people to help you out, right? It's just like, because when you're on your own, or you don't have any help, or you don't have gear or whatever to like close to help you out, right? You realize, well, I should. It's just like when with Bob walking back for 9 miles or whatever, right? That kind of thing. It shows you, you know, I'm quote unquote not as invincible as I think. I have my tolerances, but this kind of hurts. This kind of hurts. Or you say you like the cold, but you still have your own tolerance to it at that time, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like, this is really, I'm really cold. You know, like if you're talking
The
to
first
people, right?
stage of frostbite is called frost nip. Okay.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
to know.
yeah. Usually it's superficial. It's the frostbite starts to dig into your muscle. Basically, your muscle's freezing. And remember, when water, because we have a lot of water in our bodies, when water freezes, it expands.
Yeah.
That's why it hurts, right? Especially if you try to quote unquote thaw it out. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the pain of it, right? So that's why they call it frostbite, because it literally bites. It hurts.
Yeah.
Because I've seen people experience frostbite on my thumb or whatever. Like I said earlier, my friend went through. I know he went through frostbite because I could tell, because it took him 10 minutes to recover from that, even though we're inside. Because the face, right? But this is probably when it was -30 out, right? Like, because you wear glasses, my friend wears glasses, I wear glasses, right? I know some of you out there wear glasses. I know some people don't like to wear scarves, a buff, whatever, right? They cover their face because foggy glasses, right? I get that, right? But what's worse, foggy glasses that you can sort of wipe or whatever to see, or frostbite on your cheek, nose, face, right? That starts to hurt. I think that's what happened to my friend.
Yeah.
He went for that, right? So, because I was fine because I was covering my face, nose, whatever, right? Because I know better. I know better, right? But my friend didn't have that, and we were out for the same amount of time, right? I was fine. I was like, pretty much in a normal state. My friend on the other hand, it seemed like he's like, CR, give me a minute. 10 minutes later, I'm like, you're good yet, man? Like, one of the things I did was, because he had like, a heater, right? Like a space heater going in the room. I'm like, I tell him, I'm like, pass me your hat. He's like, why? Because I'm gonna warm up your hat, put it on the space heater, and you can use that to cover your face. I'm more trying to put some heat back in your face to warm it up, right? Because right now, I told him, I'm like, well, you don't look great right now for what it is. He's like, I'll be fine. Well, you know what? I'll help you up, right? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's what I did.
Yeah, I agree with you about that one too, Huga.
Yeah. Loose layers because you want that dead airspace. That trapped dead airspace. That generally holds back the heat. Or the layer of warmth. Right?
Yeah.
It's just like something like down traps air pockets. Right? And stuff like that. You want that trapped air. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. So this is like, this is why I like I said, I take the winter seriously here because, well, not just because I live here in Canada, but I've experienced a little bit myself, a taste of it, even, right? Seen people go
Yeah.
through it, right? I'm not saying it's totally preventable or whatever, but you could do things to mitigate, reduce the chance, reduce the pain, the likelihood to experience it, right? Now, I tried to experience it just to get a taste of it to understand what happens, right? Like the pain, the physical sensations, what you're thinking, like, and all that stuff, right? Just to have a taste of it, right? I tried to
Yeah.
do it in a controlled manner with a degree of a safety net as much as possible, right? Just so, obviously I don't want to put myself in a real emergency situation unnecessarily, but I do want to have a taste of it, understand what some people say out there, like the reenactments that are happening, the stories that you give, Bob, whatever, whoever gives, right? I can start to relate a little bit and understand. Oh yeah, I had a taste of that before. It sucks, or whatever, right? Like for example, like that 10-kilometer walk that I did back in February. I didn't actually have to do that, by the way. You know that I didn't
Yeah.
actually have to do it. I chose to because I'm like, you know what? That's something you could make a good video, and I want to go try this out anyways. So I did. I didn't have to do it. I chose to, right? But
Yeah, that's
I
a difference.
yeah, right. There was some sun out. The sun started to break out later, but I started to learn the limitations of how well that buff I was using could work, amongst other things, right? Like everything else was fine because I was moving and all that stuff, right? But one of the things I started to learn more and more is that your foam can get cold really fast, and your feet can get cold really fast for what it is. Because I've learned that time and time, it's just like it comes back to, yeah. Usually you can bundle up with like put layers around your chest, like core body more, but there's a certain limit of how many layers you can put on your feet or on your hands or on your face. before it gets too bulky, or you can't
Yeah.
hit it anymore, right? Or you lose too much dexterity, or my feet look like clown shoes, right? I mean, if you have to, right? Honestly, right? But there's just that limit, right? But I realize, hey, wait, but it always motivates me to like try to increase the shelter elements that I do have, or to make them work better, right? Through trial and error and stuff like that. Like, I know Uncle Al was in earlier, right?
Yeah, he was.
And I've shown him before. I've worn not just one, not just two, not just three, but I've worn 4 layers on my hands before. Also, heavily reduces my dexterity, right? But the idea was, now I know I can fit all 4 on. If I chose to wear it, and if it was, I determined that it's that cold out, or I'm outside that long, I need this much. At least I know 2 things: I can put that much on, right? And I'm pretty sure, and when we're in 4 layers on my hands, it's cold, right? I mean, this would be something like, I'm outside for, let's say, 3, 4, 6 hours. It's minus 25 or more
Yeah.
Celsius, right? Minus 20-ish Fahrenheit or less, or more, I should say, right? So, because then at least I know I actually have the gear that I can actually layer together. Because that's another thing to keep in mind, is understanding what gear you can layer together. Because there's a certain limit, like I said, where you can't put more on because it physically can't be on you. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
think, because like for in stature, or what, not stature, but in appearance, I'm smaller, so I can fit larger clothing. It would just be bulky on me. But someone that's bigger in stature, they can only fit so much clothes on them because, you know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
like with like gloves or whatever, right? A smaller person can fit larger gloves if necessary, but a bigger person with bigger hands can't fit a smaller glove because they're physically unable to put that on, right?
I
So
agree.
yeah, so that's something to keep in mind too, right? Because that's what, like I said, that's why I gave my friend these gloves. I could spare them. I didn't really need them, but
Yeah,
they
exactly.
fit them. They fit him, anyways, right? So I was just like, yeah, here you go, man. Gave him a hat too, right? Well, like I said earlier, better than the garden gloves that you were using, right?
Yeah.
And they live here in Canada too, right? I didn't really say, like, how come you don't have gloves? It gets cold here in Canada, right? He's like, right, because a lot of the time they're putting their hands in their pocket, they're on, or whatever, in a vehicle or whatever, right? But if you're walking out in elements, exposed to the wind, it's not hurt, all right? Because I hear stories from them, or I've seen it in person because I'm right next to them, right? So I'm like, yeah, you want to go for that thing? Okay, be my guest, but here's some gloves in the meantime, right? Well, it's just
Yeah.
like you, right? You probably don't want to go for that coldness again. You probably could still you probably can still feel it if you think
Yeah.
about it, right? Like, for example, this is why I did this extreme cold challenge with just my hands to start with. I did that in minus 22. That's
Yeah.
minus 11 Fahrenheit in
Yeah.
water for at least 2 minutes. And I tried to use a ferrocerium rod just to light up a can and start some sort of fire starter, right? And I start to understand a lot from that. I'm using a striker or a scraper that's metal, so that hurt, right? My hands were in there for 2 minutes, right? You in the video you can see it's like, all right. I started that gasp, right? Oh, you guys don't understand how cold this is, right? And I went for that 2-minute mark, right? Yeah, you could see me starting a little small fire to warm up my hands, right? And that felt good. But like I've said before, what you didn't see is after
Welcome
the
back,
fact.
Shawnee.
Welcome back, Sean. What you didn't see after the fact is it took me another hour back inside to
Yeah,
get my hands
cold
back
training
in.
helps the body.
Yeah, but what you didn't see, I'm explaining it now. What you didn't see is, I should have recorded or whatever, but it took me another hour after to recover, to get my hands back into a normal state. Like, when you're, after you've woken up from a nap or sleeping, your hands are nice and warm. Like that kind of normal state, right? Because my hands were in the water so long and was so cold, right? Even with the fire, yeah, it brought them up. But literally my hands were cold to the bone. It took me that long to recover back into a normal state. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, so that was a good good control experiment, let's just say. Just to get that sensation and understand that, right? Now I'm not saying I don't recommend everyone doing it, but if you do any of the stuff, per se, simulations, do it with a control, with a degree of a safety net, right? Let people know or whatever, right? Do it in your backyard first. Just, right? Get a sensation of it, right? That way, if you experience that again, you've learned lessons from before, right? Because you've experienced it before versus being in an emergency situation and it's the first time. Two things that probably don't mix too well, right? You know what I mean?
yeah,
So it's one of those things that I'm kind of glad I did try these things out, because I'm not saying it makes me stronger or whatever, but it gives me experience in terms of the sensations, the learning from it, right? I understand more of this, why people say, the longer you've been cold, the longer it takes to warm up. Because I just did that for like 2 minutes. I mean, I was outside for a little bit longer than that, but even with a fire, I would have had to keep that fire going or something like that for another hour. Because I came back inside,
yeah,
and it still took me about an hour to get back to a normal state with my hands. I could just imagine how serious or hard it would be if I did anything like full body, right? I'm definitely not doing that. That's way more extreme, right? You know what I mean?
I
Because
agree.
even
Yeah,
those people that do these like diving in the water in extreme cold, there's groups of people. You're not there alone, right? There's a degree of a safety net, right?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they
That's
always
totally,
have people around them when
yeah,
they do
that's
things
totally
like that.
different from an unexpected falling through ice alone. That's
Yeah,
totally different, right? Now, you might, if you did do this, uh, in cold water thing with other people, and if you accidentally did fall for ice, you might learn to, there's that gasp reaction right away, right? Hopefully don't swallow any water, right? And try to focus in, right? Because when I was trying to light the fire, like, because I didn't use a lighter, right? I used, well, wasn't quite kerosene rod, but close enough, right? I realized, I'm like, I had to will myself into it, all right? Because it wasn't this, because I showed the dexterity test between your thumb and pinky. I'm like, yeah, I could do it, but I'm willing myself. It's much harder than I showed it, because like I'm the one physically doing it, right? You don't. It's just one of those things, right? I'm like, so I always, when people say their hands are cold, I'm like, do this dexterity test. I'm like, right? How? All right, do it faster, and they're like, still doing it slow. I'm like, oh yeah, your hands are cold. You're losing dexterity. So, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, the polar plunge. Oh no. Hey, it's that little girl. Welcome back.
yeah,
Glad Bob didn't scare you away. But yeah, you know what I mean? So,
yeah. I know what you mean.
yeah, I mean, like, yeah, those polar plunges, right? I think I would do that for the sake of experiencing it once. I wouldn't do it all the time. I think it's one of those things for me. But if I do that, it's got to be in more public with people around. to start with. I'm not just going to do that alone to start off with, right? Probably not very smart, right? You know what I mean?
It's not the most brilliant thing to do it alone. No.
Yeah, it's just like people that like to go camping. Some people go camping with people first before they even go alone. There's, again, with people, there's a degree of a safety net, right? People with you, whatever, a vehicle or whatever, right? Someone else can drive, whatever, right? When you're out there alone, right? It's totally different, right? Because you realize you can't get, if you get hurt, you gotta do self-rescue. You get cold, you gotta warm yourself up, whatever, right? You gotta put on your
Yeah.
clothes, right? Any dangers you gotta be aware of, right? Any will makers you gotta be aware of, right? You screw up in the shelter, it's your own fault, right? And all that stuff, right?
Exactly.
So
Yeah, I
it's much
agree with you
harder.
about that.
It's much harder to do it alone, right? That's why I was just like, let's see. I'm just reading. You know what? Screw it. I'll stay in the chat longer. Why not? My friend will understand. Yeah, hands and feet are so cool as deeping to warm up the pain of blood flowing back into the figure. Yeah, it's too very painful. Yeah, exactly. What did Sonia write? Yeah, she wrote, I love my fishing snow pants. Knees are padded. They can get a little wet, lots of pockets, and I don't ice fish. Yeah.
Well,
They're just
they
as
are
good as snow
warm.
bits. Yeah. Snow pants, ski pants, whatever you want to call that kind of stuff, right? I mean, I have a pair too. I can dip into that if absolutely necessary, depending on what I'm doing and what I'm, what I mean. If I'm not wearing 2 pairs of pants or long johns on the roof, let's say if I'm going
Yeah.
an outdoor activity in the winter, I might consider that because I know that will keep the windshield off my legs, keep my legs warm, right?
Yeah.
And I'm less likely to complain. All right. I say, Sierra, how come you're wearing so much? Aren't you too hot? Well, do you want me to complain about it? Right? To complain about the cold or, to ask for hot hands or, can you turn up the heat? All right. I don't have to do that then. I don't have to inconvenience someone else. You know what I mean? Or be a
Yeah.
burden to someone else, right? Right. That's why I do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. You have quilted Carhartt's coveralls, Carhartt jacket. Cool. Yeah. I like what Hoka wrote. One of those things
Yeah.
you are okay to do once. Keyword
Yeah.
once. Exclamation mark. Yeah. And you went snow skiing? Ah, that must have been fun, Hoka. Dang. I was actually thinking of going tobogganing, or at least bringing
That's
it up in
awesome,
chat.
Hugo.
I was thinking about doing that. Why? I want to
Okay.
I'm trying to see if I can find a steeper hill, not just like a 1-story hill, but like a 5-6-story hill. But I'll probably do that when it's a little bit warmer, but there's snow. We'll see.
Yeah.
I want to do that, but I would probably have to bring a degree of a safety net or something. But especially if I have to travel there or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because I know, right? Because things can happen too when you go tobogganing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're going down fast too, right? Even especially the steeper or longer duration of going down is, right? No, yeah, and stuff like that. Because things can happen, right? I know that. That's why usually you pick a hill that doesn't have trees or anything down at the base, at the bottom. Because it takes longer to slow down and all that stuff, right? And you're going fast.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You got so much momentum going down. If you hit anything, it's not hard. If not, right? Because it can happen. I do know that.
It can.
Yeah, because there is these stories. I know there is. Because I hear them about them. So I'm like, yeah, that's not the way I want adventure, adrenaline rush, but I don't want to get hurt trying to do it. Right? That's not right. I want to feel adrenaline, but not through pain. but through excitement, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. I swear, CB, you're making me feel hungry. Somehow I'm craving a soup now.
Never
Speaking of which, I
Friendsgiving,
guess,
more laid back and more alcohol. I figured.
I guess we didn't really bring this up. I should have brought this up when Prentice Veteran was here. A warm brew, let's say coffee, tea, hot chocolate, soup, right, in a furnace. It can lift your spirits and your morale and warm you up on the inside too, right? There's something
Yeah.
about that, right? Because even some of these quote unquote survival instructors or whatever, right? They've shown even in the winter, it's like there's something about the morale boosting effects of a hot brew, even if it's just a simple tea, right? Because it warms you up from the inside, right? It rejuvenates your spirit. I think one of the people said it reminds you of something you do at home, like having tea
Yeah.
or a hot chocolate or a coffee in the morning, or it reminds you of that, and it raises your morale to a certain degree, right? I think,
To a certain degree, yeah.
yeah, right, to a certain degree, right? That's what, if you had access to that in quote unquote a situation, it might help. At least lift your spirits up temporarily. If it's got caffeine, it'll keep you going. If it's food, it'll put something in your belly, right? Warm you up from the inside. So, if you want to do those, even if it's some sort of instant soup mix or something like that, instant hot chocolate, instant coffee or whatever, right? You just add hot water. Right? Well, you know what? That could really lift your spirits. I mean, if you think about
Definitely.
it, like for anyone that goes skiing, tobogganing, there's something about that too, right? Because it warms you up. Usually they don't use that to lift their spirits. It's just to warm them up, right? Nice hot brew, hot chocolate or whatever. Like I've gone skiing for a long time or whatever, and I remember that as a kid. I was just like, yeah, we had hot chocolate after a day of skiing or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It warms you up, right? It warms you up, lifts your spirits a little bit too, right? Because also you're tired and all that stuff, right? So something to keep in mind, you know. Like I know some of you out there or whoever's listening has younger people with them, right? If that situation came up, maybe have some hot chocolate or something like that to lift their spirits, right? Because if you think about it, the younger people, depending how old they are, right? They might start understanding the situation, right? If you look stressed out, they might be stressed out because you're stressed out, right? But something like hot chocolate and reminding them, hey, we're not so bad. It's not so bad. You know what I mean? To lift everyone's spirits, right? Like, for example, if I had like Johnny, right? I know she has, kids of her own, right? If in the situation, right? If she had the coffee, the kids had the hot chocolate, might lift up the morale of the group as a whole, you know what I mean? Especially if you could
Yeah.
spare the time to make it. I mean, you have to justify the sparing the time for it, but because also
Yeah.
you got to heat it up in some way or whatever, right? Regardless if you use, a ration heater, fire, whatever, right? Or you just happen to have a furnace with it beforehand, right? Don't have to take the time, right? But it could
Yeah.
help keep you going, right? Give you that little extra push to keep going, right? A little warmth on the inside, you know what? This ain't so bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. So I don't know. I don't know if you would do that, Shawnee. In that kind of situation that we've been talking about, right?
Yeah.
So as I wait for her to chime in here. Yeah, see, she's writing it. You want to play with balloons, enjoy fun drinks. Yeah. Yeah, so the enjoy fun drinks part, I think the hot chocolate part, right, would come into play. Now, for yourself, you may be consuming tea or coffee, right? To keep your morale up, right? you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think it goes without saying, people can see if people are down. People, doesn't matter if you're kids, adult, or whatever your age. You can generally tell when someone's feeling down, depressed, irritable, angry, or whatever, generally speaking, right? But if people's spirits are high, it's like, oh, your spirits are high, right? And everyone's quote unquote laughing together, smiling together to a certain degree, right? Because,
Yeah,
never forget the power of morale. Right? Like I said, if the group morale is good, then the group morale is good.
you're ready to go.
Yes. And with that, I think I will slide out of here. No. Anyways, thanks
Yeah,
for having me on, Shadow. I enjoyed this.
you're very
topic.
welcome. I think I'm going. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. And besides,
I hope
anyway, I
everyone
had
enjoyed what I had to say. Right, I tried to include
yeah.
everyone in and all that stuff. Anyways, I'll catch you later. I'll talk to everyone. You'll see me around. You know that. Everyone knows you'll see me
Yeah.
around on the streams,
Yeah.
live chat.
And besides,
Yeah.
I think I'm going to wrap things up anyway, so
All right, everyone.
that will
Take
be
care.
just fine.
And remember, take winter seriously. Plan for what happens in your own area, wherever you are in the world. Right? Doesn't matter if you're here in Canada, the US, whatever, Europe, whatever, right? Plan
agree with
for
that.
what happens in your area, right? Adapt the information that everyone said to your own area, and do it for the people you love and care for. Not just for yourself, but for the people you
You're
love
very welcome,
and care
Hugo.
for. Your wife, your siblings, your children, whatever, right? Do it for them, right? So,
Yep.
and with that, that's my segue. I mean, my exit stage left.
Yeah.
All right. See you, everyone. Later. Oh, wait.
Take care, CR.
Maybe see the chat real quick. Oh, okay. See ya. Idle Hugger. Bye, Huga. Bye, Shawnee. Take care, everyone. Later.
Okay, guys, we'll wrap things up here now. Thanks for stopping by, guys. I appreciate it. And I hope you enjoyed it. And I'll see you next week, same time, same channel. And stay safe, take care. God bless. Stay vigilant and keep prepared and keep prepping. These days are strange. But anyway, thanks for coming in, guys. Have a great day and a great weekend. You're most welcome, Idaho. You're most welcome. Take care, my friend. I appreciate you. I appreciate every one of you guys. Take care.